All right, call to order the Beverage Licensing Authority hearing for Wednesday, September 18th, 2024.
Thank you so much. We will start with instructions for virtual hearing and rules of decorum. I'm going to share my screen. All right. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board and commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. More about this vision and the project's community engagement process can be found on our websites. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online for public comment. The chat function should be used for technical questions to staff, and it should not be used for public comments, and you'll see that as a Q&A if you have technical questions. All right. Moving on to I will do roll call here. If you'll just speak your presence aloud. Chair Califano.
Chair Califano present.
Thank you. Member Absalom.
Member Absalom present.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carr.
Vice Chair Carr present.
Thank you. Member Haggerty.
Member Haggerty present.
And Member Roberts.
Member Roberts present.
Thank you so much. And we do have a quorum today. Give me just 1 second. All right. And next we move on to approval of Beverage Licensing Authority minutes from August 21st, 2024.
Did any of the members have any edits to these minutes? Member Califano did not.
Member Absalom, we get a motion to approve the minutes.
Member Carr would second that motion.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Thank you so much. Next we have hearing agenda issues from the licensing clerk. I have just a few things to go over for you. City staff requests that Yuri Hana be heard as agenda item 6, or well, before agenda item 6. They have requested an interpreter, and that interpreter is here until 5 p.m. So we're hoping that they could go first of the show causes so that we can get them done before the interpreter's time is up. And then the other agenda item that we had was that Lab Bar and Bites does not have a signed stipulation. So we were wondering if the BLA would prefer to hear them last, since that might take the most amount of time for the show causes, either after Chiba Hut, the application hearing, or before Chiba Hut, but after all the rest of the show causes, or if you want to hear them at the same spot in the agenda, that's fine too.
I'm fine with moving the first request to be the first agenda item. Is the rest of the board good with that too?
Yes.
Yes.
And then how do we feel about the lab?
I think it's appropriate to move it just to be courteous of everyone's time.
Yeah. I would say we move it till right after Chiba Hut to the approval, after the approval.
All right, we can move that.
Thank you so much. And that is it for agenda issues for this time. I will move on to agenda item 2, matters from Boulder Police Department, and Officer Rack is here.
Good afternoon. Not a ton to report. The fake IDs are still rolling in. We're up to about 1,200 and continuing with inspections and compliance checks.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Officer Rec? Not seeing any. All right. Well, thank you so much, Officer Rec.
Thank you. Next we move on to agenda item 3, matters from Responsible Association of Retailers, and Nathan Dewey's here.
Hey everybody, it's been a couple months. As I think you all knew, last month I was in Poland, so not able to make the meeting. Not a lot to report as well, which is I think a good thing. We've gotten some new members. One of them will appear today, just so you guys know. The Bit and Bites. I'm getting the title wrong. Sorry. Lab Bar and Bites has joined RAR in the past month, and we're going to be moving forward with the partnership with them. So that's really exciting. One great thing is that we finally found a student resource and another resource to get those ID compliance checks out there again in the community. I've been training a couple people. So as you all know, since 2020, it's just been a struggle. I don't know why, it just has. But we did find a good group of kids who want to do this. So that's going to be great. And I will reach out to Officer Rec as well. The past couple months I didn't because it's my fault due to vacation and things like that, but I will be reaching out to her so we can have more of a united front on these fake ID issues and have a little communication going there between us. And probably the biggest news is, as you know, we've had terrible trouble with tips the past year or so. We are now ServSafe certified to instruct with ServSafe alcohol. And I'm not trying to do this to throw tips under the bus any more than I already have. But I really, after taking the training myself and taking the instructor's training, I'm really excited about this training. It's far more up to date. They've got brand new material. They've got things that the 12 or 13-year-old tips training, which has not been changed. They came out with a new manual and everything, but nothing's changed besides some language within the actual text. I'm pretty excited to be serving or training that. We're also going to be working with ABT training services, getting some training on that. So by the end of probably this month or beginning of October, we're going to be able to offer 3 different types of trainings. We still will offer tips training to those who really want it, but it is the most expensive now because they did raise the prices by like 210%. So, I just feel good. We're finally out of the woods on that one. Mandy and myself are trained in case I can't make it, she can make it. And so, yeah, I'm just really excited. Also, the turnaround from ServSafe is like almost next day on results. So no more of this, oh, I'm sorry, I have to contact tips and be on tips for weeks and weeks at a time. I do have confirmation that tips did lose some of our training sessions. One was within Boulder, but we did copy that and photocopy it. So we are getting those finally taken care of as I found someone competent enough at tips to take care of that. Other than that, things are looking great for this fall. I'm out there boosting membership as much as I can. So I'll be in Boulder a lot this next month, just trying to recruit more members just as there's a lot of new places out there actually, and we'd like to get them on board with us. So that's all I have for today, unless you all have any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Dewey from the board? Not seeing any. All right, well, thank you again, Mr. Dewey.
Yeah, have a great one.
Thank you. Next I have general public comments for future beverage licensing authority hearings. If you're here to give comment on something that is not included on the agenda, please go ahead and raise your hand. Once again, if you're here to give comment, public comment on something that is not on the agenda, go ahead and raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands, so I'll move on. Agenda item 5 is Pinko Corporation, DBA Chicken on the Hill, 1119 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. monthly status report to the BLA. And I see the licensee is here. I will let them in. And while they're being promoted to panelists, I'll just let the BLA know that they are in good standing with occupation tax and sales tax. And Mr. Liu is in.
Great. Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Liu? Doesn't look like it. Awesome, Mr. Liu. We're glad to see you're still in good standing and keep it up.
Thank you guys. Y'all take care.
Thank you. We're gonna move on, and we're gonna be hearing agenda item 7. We're just skipping number 6 and we'll come back after. Agenda item 7 is show cause hearing concerning an alleged violation and whether the hotel restaurant type liquor license held by Zfana Inc., DBI Yuri Hana, 6525 Gun Park Drive, Suite 330, Boulder, Colorado 80301 should be suspended or revoked. If you are here to speak on this matter, go ahead and raise your hand, and I'm going to promote that there's an interpreter for this matter, and I'm gonna go ahead and promote them, and then they might need to translate that whoever's here to raise their hand.
Hello, can you hear me? This is
Yes, we can
interpreter.
hear you.
You want me to turn on video?
Yes, please. And Howard, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in, and then I'll have you begin interpreting if that's okay.
So we're gonna do this consecutively, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, if you'll raise your hand, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make an accurate, complete, and impartial interpretation from the English language into Mandarin and vice versa of all communications during the proceedings using your best skill, judgment, and ability?
I do.
Thank you. Perfect. And
So who am I interpreting for?
well, they haven't raised their hand yet, so I'm assuming that they'll need an interpreter to let them know that they need to raise their hand to be let into the hearing so they can begin speaking.
Okay.
So if you're here to appear for this matter for Yuri Hana, please go ahead and raise your hand. And Howard, would you be able to interpret that part for?
如果你今天是来参与有关 Yuri Hana 这个案子的话，就是请举起手来。我是国语翻译，所以这样的话他可以让你，我可以给你翻译。
I'm just not seeing any hands raised yet.
现在没有人举手。如果你需要翻译的话，你可以举一下手。就点击一下，下面有一个手的那个一个标示，所以你点击一下。
Here we go.
就在最底下有个手掌的那个标识，你点击一下就表示你举手。
Okay, and I see someone has raised their hand, and I'm promoting you to panelists if you'll accept that.
所以有人举手，所以现在就是把你变成一个这个讲话人，所以你需要点击一下，点击一下接受，然后你才可以进来。
Thank you, and if you'll turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
谢谢，你可以现在打开你摄像头，然后把你的那个静音去掉。你好，
Thank you so much.
谢谢。
Attorneys, did you want to present the stipulation first and then I can swear in the licensee?
那律师
Yes.
可以先把我们这个各方所达成的协议先讲一下，然后我们可以让这个就是参与者宣誓。
Thank you. My name is Deshauna Sasweta, and I am here today on behalf of the City of Boulder City Attorney's Office to prosecute today's show causes.
我是叫的 Shana Zuzueda，然后是代表Boulder 城市的一个这个就是他的检察官办公室来这个就是出示今天的有关我们所这个讨论案子的证据。
We received a signed stipulation from Yuri Hana and would like to submit that to the board at this time.
那我们现在从 Yuri Hana 那边，那就是接到了一个就是双方同意接受的一个文件，然后我们要把这个文件出示给我们现在的这个委员会。
Great, thank you. Is
谢
there
谢。
a motion from the board to accept the stipulation of facts?
那现在委员会有没有有一个动议接受我们现在这个就是有关出示事实的这样一个动议？
Member Carr will make a motion to accept the stipulation of facts.
Member Absalom will second.
Great.
现在这个 Absalom 和两个这个委员会成员决定接受有关这个事实的呈现。
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member
如
Absalom, aye.
果所有赞成的话，你可以说是
Member Carr, aye.
卡说接受，
Member Haggerty, aye.
IG 也是说 I 接受，
Member Roberts, aye.
Roberts 也是接受。
Thank you. I will
谢谢。
ask our licensee if they can state their name and spell their name.
那我们这个就是一个就是你的执照那个有执照者，请讲一下你的姓名，然后拼写一下你的姓名。请讲一下你的姓名，拼写一下你的姓名。
我叫显莲华。
My name is 显莲华。
And
Means-
can you spell that for me?
你名字怎么拼写？请拼写一下。
Yeah, his last name is Sam, Xian. First name 是 Lianhua.
Thank you. And can you give an address for the record?
请讲一下你的地址，以便我们记录。
14442 Hanson Way, Jordan, Colorado, AO 602.
Thank you. And if you will raise your right hand.
谢谢，请举起右手。
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give
你能否并确认你以下所提供的证词，
in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
就是在我们的这个委员会前所做的证词都是真实的？
是的。
能 ，Yes，
Thank you.
谢谢。
And I will hand it back to the chair.
那我现在就是把这个讲话权，然后重新还回过去。
So since you're not represented by counsel, I'm going to go ahead and read the proceedings into the record.
那因为你没有律师代理，所以我会就是把我们今天这个程序呢，然后读进今天我们的记录的档案里面。
好的。
OK。
Okay, this is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder.
今天是在Boulder城市的这个有关 这个酒水执照的这样的有关这个方面的一个听证会。
To determine whether or not the license of
来确定就是有关相关它的这个就是这个餐馆的执照
Xi'an Fa doing business as Yuri Hana with a hotel type restaurant liquor license
然后一个就是良发，然后在这个 Yohana 在 Erie 这样的一个酒店这样的一个这个就是执照
shall be suspended or revoked on the basis of the violations
是否应该基于相关的所这个违反相关规定的这个原因被吊销或临时吊销？
alleged in the order to show cause served upon the licensee
然后这个听证会是依据我们所发给这个就是执照持有者发给他的一个命令，
and requiring the licensee's presence here today.
就是要求今天执照持有者今天出席今天的听证会。
Because this is a disciplinary proceeding,
因为这个是属于一个有处罚性的这样的一个听证会，
the authorities shall not ask for or allow comment from members of the general public
所以我们这个今天是不允许从这个就是大普通民众那里就是接受任何的评论。
on the guilt of the licensee or the appropriate discipline to be imposed.
就是不管是有关这个就是这个执照的持有者，或者是有关所做出的相关的处罚是不是合适？
The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony presented by the city and the licensee
今天的听证会主要的目的是要从城市检察官以及这个执照的持有者那里他们这个听取他们有关出示的相关证据，
in order to enable this authority to make the findings and to determine
就是让相关部门能够就是做出相关的调查，以及最后做出相关的处理意见。
by a preponderance of the evidence whether or not the licensee has violated the various laws as alleged.
来最后依据我们做出的决定是认为这个就是执照的持有者是不是有违反相关的这个规定。
If in the course of the hearing, testimony or other evidence establishes the guilt
如果在今天这个听证会的话，就是有出示足够的证明来证明有这个就是违反相关规定的情况，
of the licensee of a violation of some law, rule, or regulation
就是这个执照持有者有违反相关的这个就是规定或者是相关的法律，
than those stated in the notice, the licensee shall be afforded with a reasonable continuance
就是在我们的命令里面也已经讲到，就是执照持有者应该是有这个给他有这个足够的时间，让他能够这个就是延期审理。
upon any offer that evidence in defense, explanation, and mitigation
然后这样的话，以至于你可以提供相关的证据来这个就是说明为什么对你的处罚应该减轻，或者是这个撤销处罚。
is not then available to the licensee, but can be obtained within the period of a continuance not to exceed 10 days.
所以这样的话，就这种情况的话，就是执照持有者可以有这个权要求延期10天的，就是最多不过超过10天的时间。
A record is being made of these proceedings.
那今天我们的这个审理的话是有记录，
All testimony shall be given under oath
那所有所做出的所有的证词的话，均需要在宣誓的情况下进行。
the rules of evidence and requirement of proof and procedure shall confirm to the extent practicable
所以应该遵循相关的出示证据的相关的规定以及相关的程序。
To those in civil non-jury cases, but when necessary to ascertain facts,
就在一个没有陪审团审理的情况下，这个相关的这个程序遵循相关的程序进行。
affecting the substantial rights of the public or the licensee,
就是如果这个是影响到执照持有者或者是普通大众，
the authority may receive and consider evidence not admissible under such rules,
那如果就是按照相关的规定，然后就是我们的相关部门是不可以这个就是接受一些证据，
if such evidence poses probative value commonly accepted by reasonable and prudent persons in the conducts of their affairs.
如果就是这个资料证据可以就是证明有关这个相关的这个案子的相关事实的话，我们应该是可以接受这些事实。
The rules of privilege required by law shall be respected in this proceeding,
根据相关的法律，这个对于这个相关法律的这个尊重的话，应该是在我们的今天听证会要这个就是遵循这些相关的规定。
and the chair may exclude incompetent and unduly repetitious evidence.
就是委员会主席可以排除这个重复性的或者是其他不相关的证据。
The chair shall rule upon all questions of evidence and procedure.
就是所有的涉及证据的所有的问题以及所有的程序的话，这个就是委员会主席均有权对此做出一个这个决定是否接受这样的一个决定。
Subject to being overruled on motion sustained by a majority vote,
但是这种决定的话，是如果有这个多数人这个反对的话，可以否决这样的一个决定。
of those members of the authority present.
就是这些包括这个所有今天出席的这个就是听证会的委员成员。
Should a licensee wish to request a fine in lieu of active suspension days,
那如果这个就是执照持有者需要这个要求有关他的这个就是被吊销、临时吊销的时间，
they should notify the authority of this after a penalty is determined, if any,
那他应该是就是在我们今天听证会所做出的任何处罚，这个就是需要跟这个相关部门通知他们。
but before suspension posting is discussed, and the licensee should be prepared to supply,
就是在这个临时吊销之前的话，就是这个就是执照持有者应该准备好提供
an estimated per day suspension dollar amount for the authority's deliberations.
这就是提供一个就是每天吊销执照所这个有可能这个涉及的这个金钱的数字。
Are there any ex parte communications or conflict of interest from any of the board members?
现在询问我们这个听证委员会的成员有没有任何人在这个听证里面有关这个案子里面有任何的利益或者其他利益的冲突。
Member Califano, no.
开了方
For Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
也说没有。
Member Haggerty, no.
那 Haggerty 也说没有。
Member Roberts, no.
那 Roberts 也是说没有。
Okay, great. So this is the time for your client to explain how the violation happened, present any mitigating factors, just kind of let us know what happened.
帮拿抽风。
所以现在就是说，你可以提供这个解释一个，就是当时发生了一个什么样的情况，然后这种违规的这个情况，当时发生的具体的这个情况，然后提供这个任何相关的证据。
我关了。哦，Hello，
你好。
是讲一下那当天发生的事情，是不是？
So are you asking me to relate to you what happened on that date?
Yes, this is the time for them to let us know how this violation occurred, what happened, if they have any mitigating factors to present to us.
对，这个现在就是说，你这个就是讲一下，就是当时发生的情况，然后就是违规的情况是怎么发生了，然后你是不是有任何的证据可以出示来这个让这个听证委员会减轻对你的处罚
这样子的是有两个人进来，他就点了酒嘛，是我
？Yeah,
这
two
个，
people walked in and they ordered liquor.
因为我这个服务员是刚来做了几天的，
Yeah, as my like waiting staff was new and they were here for just only a couple of days.
所以我也有口头上有跟他大概讲了一下这个卖酒的查那个 ID 啊成了的问题了，但是还没有约到时间给他去考那个卖酒那个牌。
Yeah, I had orally talked to them about how like they should check on the ID when selling liquor, but I had not had the time for them to just go to take the test to get the liquor license.
所以那天他应该是他刚来做的嘛，所以他可能有点紧张还是什么东西，他也搞不懂。所以那个两个人进来是不够年龄的，他也有看那个 ID，但是我不知道他为什么会还没到21岁，他也给他酒了，他不知道他那个数学很差吧。他不会减那个多少年多少年，他都没有算出来，不够21岁，他就拿酒给人家了。
So this person like checked on their ID, and since like they were new, and they were probably just like nervous when they were first serving these two people that walked in. But when they checked on the ID, they did check the ID, but it was probably because of poor math. They were not able to figure out like whether this person was under the age of 21 or not. And they just continued to serve them like liquor.
所以他就拿酒给他，然后那两个人就叫警察进来。
So they served liquor, and then these people called the police in.
So was this individual that served the liquor, did they have any Colorado certified serve safe training at all?
那就这个当时服务给他们这个就是提供酒水的这个人的话，他有没有科州的这个就是说安全提供酒水的这样的一个执照
他刚从那个加州过来的。
？Yeah, they just moved from California.
So I guess my question is, why were they serving alcohol if they didn't have that required training?
那我问的问题就是说，如果他没有这个就是接受过这个必须的训练，为什么就是他可以给客人提供酒水？
他之前他说他在加州，他也有做过那个服务员嘛，所以我这次来这几天，他就刚来几天而已，然后我就说，我就安排他去考这个科罗拉多那个 license 嘛，只知道有这么巧还没有来得及去考，然后就是我另外一个服务员休息嘛那一天，所以他就是暂时就顶一天而已嘛。我是叫他来这里是学吹饮一下嘛，然后我那另外一个服务员他就休息了，所以那一天刚好那一天休息，他就上一天班而已嘛，所以那个就 造成这样子的麻烦。
So yeah, this person claimed that they were or they had served as a waiter in California before, and they had experience as a waiter, and also just happened on that day that another waiter in our restaurant, by name of Xu, was taking the day off. So I was trying to have this person on duty for training, and so we were going to ask this person to take the license test to get the license, but it just so happened just on that date this person was being a substitute for this Xu, who was taking that day off. And it just happened that this incident happened on that day.
There any other questions from the board?
那就我们这个听证委员会其他成员还有没有什么问题？
My question would be, are there plans to have this employee trained with ServeSafe or tips or any sort of responsible alcohol serving training?
那就我的问题的话，就是说你有没有计划让这个人接受这个相关的培训，然后能够拿到这个我们科州的有关的这个就是安全提供酒水这样的一个执照？
我已经叫他去考了，他已经考到了。
Yeah, I've already asked this person to take the test, and he's already obtained the license.
And thank you. As a follow-up, how do they intend to prevent these type of issues from happening in the future? Even when they have new employees.
那我的问题就是说，你以后怎么样能够采取什么样的措施来这个就是防止类似的这种事情再发生？就是这种没有执照的人，然后这个就是去服务提供酒水。
再有新的员工的话，我都要他先提供那个 license 给我，我才会雇他。
Yeah, but if a new employee comes in, I will have to ask them to present their license before they can be offered a job.
Thank you.
谢谢。
There any other questions from the board?
那还有没有其他的这个成员，这个听证会成员需要问问题的？
All right, if there's no other questions, is there any thing else that you wanted to present?
那现在没有其他问题了，所以你现在还有没有其他的东西你需要讲给这个听证会成员？
没有了。
No.
现在就说经济都很差嘛，餐馆生意也不是好，所以希望这些陪审团不要罚那么重了。现在生意都很难做。
Yeah, considering that the economy is pretty bad now, it's very difficult to do business. And I just plead with the jury members not to impose too heavy a fine against me.
All right, thank you. At this point, we will close for deliberation.
那现在我们就是会这个就是关掉，然后进行大家的讨论。
好的。
OK。
Is there a suggested motion?
有没有任何人有这个动议可以需要提的？
This is Member Absalom speaking. I do feel some concerns around training policies and several of the other issues around how things are being run at this establishment. I do understand concerns about the economy and people coming into an establishment and changing a location. I understand and get that.
我现在就是针对你们那边的提供这个培训，然后就是人们到你的这个餐厅里面这种情况的话，我们是有一些担忧的，因为这个另外一个就是我们也这个听你讲到有关现在经济不好做生意不好做，我们也了解这种情况。
I would make a motion around the table value with the stipulation of proven training practices coming into place within a 2-month period.
那我的动议的话，就是说你这个是在2个月之内，这个应该提供一个有关这个就是能够证实的这个给这个相关员工提供培训的这样的一个计划。
Member Absalom, do you have specifics for days served and days held in abeyance?
Absalom 有没有你具体的就是这个就是多长时间这个提供这样的一个要求？
I believe the table value that I'm looking at is 3 days served, but 6 in abeyance. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong license. Sorry, I might not be on the right table. Hold on.
I'm having trouble finding the table. Can somebody tell me which page it's on?
所以现在没有办法找到那个表格。
Leah, it's not in your packet. It's in like the original BLA training materials, but do you want me to just send it to you?
Oh, yes, please.
Yes.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different license type, unfortunately. Yeah, because the table values aren't in front of me. They generally are presented at the beginning of every show cause hearing in our packets.
所以他现在这个表格在找那个就是相关的这个表格。
Caitlin, can you send that to everyone?
有 Caitlin 能不能把这个发给每一个人？
I can, yes.
Thank you.
可以。
I was going to ask in the meantime if Caitlin, I don't know, you want to pull it up or share your screen. I also have it pulled up on my screen if it's easier. I don't know if you want to do that.
That would be great. I'm gonna make you a co-host so you can do that. There you go.
现在是他可以在这个屏幕上跟大家分享这个表格。
All right. So member Absalom, I believe you were saying table values, so it would be 5 days served, and then 9 days held in abeyance. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, that's correct. On the top of my head, I was looking at a different type of license. So yes, that's the table value here is 5 days served with 10 in abeyance. With the caveat that we see further training in terms of not only the training for new hires and current employees, but also a comprehensive alcohol policy for this business within the next 60 days.
对，这个就是你需要这个就是5天之前，然后提供的这样的一个这个递交，然后需要对新员工和这个就是现存的这个老员工提供培训就是这样一个培训计划需要在60天之内提出。
现在我只有1个员工而已。
Right now, I have only 1 employee.
就一个服务员嘛。
Apologies, we are closed for deliberation at this point, so we won't be taking any more testimony.
对，我们现在是正在这个讨论这个事情的，所以就是说我们没有办法听取你的任何的证词，所以你不需要讲话。
And member Carr would second member Absalom's motion.
I guess I'm wondering what happens if we don't have a comprehensive, if those stipulations aren't followed through.
So do you need me to interpret this part of your deliberation or no?
I would say yes, just so that your client's aware.
哦，OK。所以现在就是说，这个听证委员会他的担忧呢，就是说，如果我们就是如果你这个没有办法满足刚才所提供的这个要求的话，怎么办？
I believe the answer to that was we would see that as a violation of our stipulation, and we can add additional days of suspension or days held in abeyance.
That makes
就
sense.
所以就是，如果你这个没有办法满足这个相关条件的话，我们这边听证委员会可以把这个增加到这个里面，作为另外一个违反相关规定的一个就是证据。
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
那么现在是有另外一个动议，所以如果大家这个同意的话，可以说是
Member Absalom, aye.
Absalom 同意
Member Carr, aye.
，Kai 同意，Carr 同意
Member Haggerty, aye.
，Haggerty 同意
Member Roberts, aye.
，Roberts 同意。
So what we've determined, the suspension will be is 5 days that they will not be able to serve alcohol in their establishment, with an additional 10 days being held in abeyance. They don't have to serve those 10 days if they do not get another violation within a year.
所以这个现在就是这个临时吊销是5天，所以就是另外一个这个10天，就这个10天的话，如果你这个就是在1年之内没有违规情况的话，就是说你这个不需要再停止这个10天的时间。
If they do get a violation within a year, they will have to serve those 10 days not being able to serve liquor in their establishment, in addition to any additional suspensions we may add.
那如果你在这个1年之内有其他违规的话，就是说你这个会增加一个你这个10天不能这个提供这个酒水这样的一个处罚。这个除了这个之外，还会有其他的这个就是这个委员会提供的其他的处罚的这个相关的处罚。
In addition, we put a stipulation on that they will need to present to us their training of alcohol service materials, probably at the next hearing next month.
所以除了这个之外的话，你们就是在我们下一次的听证会这个之前的话，你需要给我们提供一下有关你的这个对员工提供这个培训这个相关的这个培训的这个资料。
If we do not see that or it is not adequate, we may add additional days to be served to their suspension.
那如果我们没有看到你提供这个培训资料的话，我们有可能会就是要求你这个就是增加你的其他的这个不能提供酒水这样的这个时间。
Now we need to determine days for these to begin being served. Is everyone okay with Monday?
我们现在需要确定这个就是这个日期从哪里开始，如果大家是不是同意从周一开始？
Monday seems reasonable to me.
Kristen, does that work for your team?
就是 Kristen， 你这个同意吗？这样就是对你们团队是不是可以？
I'm not
Yes.
Kristen, but I can. Okay, there you go. Yes,
I'm so
I can.
sorry, Caitlin. I don't know what I was thinking.
No, you're okay. Yeah, Kristen can answer also. I was just gonna say I'm not Kristen, but I can tell you that that's fine.
就 Caitlin 这个团队也是可以。
Okay, so the consecutive days being served of no alcohol sales will begin this Monday. He will need to pick up a poster from the city's office that he will need to have posted in his establishment during these days being served. The restaurant can remain open and serve food, just not alcohol.
所以就是从这个下个礼拜一开始，然后就是说你这个一个餐馆是还是可以开门，还是可以提供食物，但是就是说在5天之内就是不可以提供酒水，然后你这个是需要到 board 这个办公室里面拿一个这个相关一个通告。
星期一去拿吗？是不是？
So do I go in the office on Monday to get the poster?
I will prepare the posters tomorrow and I will email pickup instructions tomorrow. You can pick them up anytime before Monday.
对，我明天会把这个就是宣传单，然后这个通知单呢做好，然后就是说你告诉你去哪里拿，怎么样去拿，然后就是说你在周一之前这个任何时间去拿都可以。
好的。
OK。
从周一开始不可以卖酒吗？是不是？
So starting from Monday, I will not be allowed to sell alcohol. Is that correct?
Correct, for 5 consecutive days.
对，从周一之后连续5天不可以卖酒。
是周一到周五嘛，对不对？
So that'll be Monday through Friday. Is that correct?
Correct.
对，是。
好的。
OK，
Thank you very much.
谢谢你。
Thank you. And Howard, that was the only item that we needed an interpreter for. So thank you so much for your service.
Okay, thank you. So the Chinese speaker can also leave.
Yes.
OK，所以现在你也可以离开了。现在就是今天你的这个部分就结束了。
就是他刚才说要我提供什么东西给他们啊？
啊？
就是培训那个员工的那些资料，是不是？
So you also mentioned that I need to provide the training materials, like employee training materials.
Yes. You can email them to me. I will send you an email tomorrow with my email address.
对，就是明天我给你发一个 email，然后到时候你把你这个培训员工的资料的话，可以这个 email 给这个 Caitlin。
好的，好的。
OK，
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Bye bye. 好，你可以离开了。
OK，谢谢，拜拜。
Okay, give me a second to get everyone sorted here. All right, everyone. Thank you. We will be moving on to agenda item 6, moving back to agenda item 6, which is show cause hearing concerned and alleged violation and whether the fermented malt beverage and wine retailer off-premise type liquor license held by April LLC DBA Rocket 6505 3375 28th Street, Boulder, Colorado 80301 should be suspended or revoked. If you are here to speak on this matter, please raise your hand and I will let you in. And I do see that the licensee has entered, and then also their attorney, Mr. Coates.
Good afternoon.
As members of the board, the city has received a signed stipulation from Rocket number 6505, and we will submit that to the board.
Great. Did you say you were going to send it to the board or?
Submitting it for discussion at this point in time.
Gotcha. Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the stipulation of facts? Member Califano would make a motion to accept.
Member Absalom will second.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Thank you. And Mr. Coates, I think that your client might be having a difficult time. It says connecting to audio. So, Mr. Atzmiller, if you can hear us, go ahead and unmute yourself, but it might be an issue.
He indicates that Kevin Coates on behalf of Vapro here, registration number 25995. He just texted me. He says, my microphone is not working. I keep getting an error message. I'm trying to get into it. May I just suggest he call the number?
That would be fine for the Zoom purposes as long as the beverage licensing authority is okay with that.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I am trying to find that number here as we speak so I can text it to him. It came, apologize here. It looks like, if I understand what it is, 719 35. I'm sorry, 719-359 4580. You just texted him to call that number.
Yes, 719-359-4580, and I'll just keep an eye out. And that's actually a good thing. Members of the board, can you see the stipulation on page 25, or is it showing blank? Is it showing like a black page when you're looking at it? It looks like there might have been an.
I see a black page.
All right, I will send it to you in an email. I apologize.
To confirm, this is for Apro LLC.
Correct. It would be page 25 of your okay, your packet. It looks like it
I can see it.
ended up.
Yeah, I can see it too.
You can see it?
I can, yeah.
Mine's black.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll send it just in case you have a black one. And then we'll just wait for the licensee to come in on phone.
He says he's trying to get in via texting me. Those are the words. It says I need meeting ID. Does he need that by call in?
The meeting ID is
Is it the same one, 010416?
try that and see if that works.
Our apologies for this very much. I just texted that passcode that was on your notice to him.
No problem.
That's the one I tried and says does not exist.
Okay, 1 second. The meeting ID is, hang on, let me see it. Let's see if I can find it again. It is, I'm sorry, it's gonna be kind of long. It's 845-3787-3873. Let me know if you need that repeated.
I'll say that back if it's right.
That's okay.
845-378-73873.
Let's see. 845-3787-3873.
845-3787-3873.
Yes.
Thank you. I just hit send.
All good.
Well, while he's doing that, one other alternative is he said 1 sec just now. He's going to try to call and put that in. Is I could call him on my cell phone and see if it translates through as well.
Let's try to get him in the Zoom, and if that could be maybe a last resort.
Understand. May I confirm that number with you again at 845-378-73873?
That's correct, and I see that there is
Perfect.
someone on their phone, and I've asked the phone number to unmute. So hopefully this is Steve. Steve, can you hear us and can you unmute? Are you able to unmute?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Sorry, you kept saying I was muted, so I'm good now.
That's no problem.
Thank you. Our apologies. We're here.
Yep, sorry about that mess.
Okay. So I will just get back to where we were. Okay, great. Steve, I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in. Mr. Coates, do you believe anyone else will be testifying for this matter?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Steve will just trust that you're raising your right hand. And before that, sorry, will you say your name and spell your name for the record and give your address?
Yeah, it's Steve Atzmiller. It's Steve. Last name is spelled Apzmiller. And my address is 7501 South Black Canyon Road in Littleton, Colorado, 80128.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. And I'll hand it back over to the board.
Roberto, did you have something?
I do. Mr. Coates, my name is Roberto Ramirez. I am counsel for the board, for the authority. As counsel for the licensee, can you indeed verify based on his voice that he is who he says he is?
I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Coates, can we get your attorney license number?
Certainly. It's 25995.
Great, thank you. And since you're representing as counsel, I'd ask if you'd be willing to waive the reading of the proceedings into the record.
Absolutely, and thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there any ex parte communication or conflict of interest from any of the board members? Member Califano, no?
Member Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Member Roberts, no.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Coates, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Atzmiller, his name is spelled Atzmiller, is the district manager with APRO and is also present. APRO does business as the Rocket here that's subject to this violation hearing. The mitigation packet was submitted before the timeframes for the last hearing, as we thought we were on the last time back in August, but obviously we're here today and you should have copies of that packet. In terms of what happened, we can't explain it. The employee had been trained as articulated in the training materials that are part of that packet through TIPS. He'd been employed since approximately 2020. Never had any issues. Here he didn't card the individual and entered a date of birth, 1999 date. That didn't correspond to anything associated with the individual that was making the purchase. So he failed to obviously follow those policies and procedures that you see in that packet, failed to follow the policies and procedures as outlined by the company and the training. But obviously it's our responsibility. He was our employee. He no longer works with the company because of this. Interestingly enough, there's a BARS program information within that packet, which shows 100% compliance. He was on that list. If you look closely, he passed it back in March for a BARS program, secret shoppers compliance check. But on this day, he didn't follow what had been instructed. Since the time frame of that, all the employees have been retrained internally. All of them are up to date as it relates to the external training or the TIPS training as articulated in the report. As I said, the individual is no longer with the company. But we can't explain why this happened other than to say that it did happen. And we're retraining all the other individuals and using this experience with those with this individual that's been let go as a reminder to them, all the individuals that are still working there. And they have a kind of a solid staff, not a substantial amount of turnover at this store, fortunately, being used to go forward in terms of making sure they understand that you lose your job, and I'm sure he was criminally prosecuted as well, as outlined in the policies and procedures that'll occur. But I know that they are also taking the steps of reviewing video of employees in terms of their sales to make sure that employees are in fact following their policies and procedures and carding individuals in addition to the secret shoppers review. And they have been also looking through the electronic journals to make sure that there isn't any bypass in the system in terms of entering a date of birth that doesn't correspond to a proper ID that's been given. In other words, not the same date of birth over and over, or something to that effect, to make sure that that's not occurring. And the employees are being made well aware of that, associated with that. Mr. Altsmiller is present here to answer any questions you might have. I know that the table value on this matter, I believe, is 5 days with 9 days held in abeyance. I think we've touched on almost all of the line items that are submitted on the mitigation packet, aggravating and mitigating factors guidelines. But because of that, we're asking for obviously a lesser penalty. But understand obviously the board's discretion to mete out any penalty. And in terms of fine in lieu, we've followed the procedures as outlined in your letter, as outlined in the previous hearing explanation in terms of what to do. We did bring sales figures present and have them today if the board's willing to entertain any fine in lieu opportunity here. But we have the average daily sales amounts if that is something that the board is willing to consider. With that being said, I turn it over to you folks to ask certainly questions that I can answer, and hopefully Mr. Atzmiller could answer. And again, we're here with hat in hand, because it's a failure in terms of the company, particularly with respect to this individual to follow policies and procedures.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? I guess my one quick clarification question is, was this policy in place at the time of the violation?
Yeah, which policy are you referring to?
The mitigating factors that you submitted, all that information?
Yes, the policies and procedures that are part of that packet were in place, yes, at the time that the violation occurred, if that's your question.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions from the board?
Quick question. You mentioned a retraining took place after this violation. Is that correct as well?
Internal retraining, and Mr. Hatzmiller can talk about this, but they have two types of training. Obviously, the internal computer-based training, as well as the external training of the tips. So the internal training was redone, is my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Hatzmiller?
That's correct. All employees have been retrained since the violation.
Great. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Coates, is there anything else you wanted to present?
As I said, I would obviously reserve the right post-closing to give you a number in terms of average daily sales, if that's something that you're going to consider. But beyond that, no, we have nothing else to submit, and appreciate your time and consideration.
Great, thank you. At this point, we will close for deliberation. Does anybody have a motion?
I think going with a table value makes sense. I'm not as interested in lieu of, as anybody.
Personally, Member Califano is not.
I agree with Member Califano here. There is mitigation and training in place, and I agree that there is mitigation, but to the point of fine and lieu, I don't see that. I do agree with Member Roberts, and I would, if that is a motion, I would second a motion for the table value.
Member Roberts, can you confirm that was a motion?
Sure, I would make a motion to, I don't know the wording.
5 days served with 9 held in abeyance.
Yes. I would make a motion to accept 5 days served with 9 in abeyance.
And Member Absalom, you second that?
I do. I just want to confirm that that's the actual table value for this type of license.
Member Carr, does that look right?
Looking at it, yeah, I believe this is,
Fermented malt beverage license.
yeah, so that would be correct.
So then I can confirm a second to the table value of 5 days served with 9 in abeyance.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
All right, days to be served. Is Monday okay with everyone? All right, so we can start the suspension this upcoming Monday.
Thank you. And then same thing, Steve, I will send an email. I'll also put Kevin on it so that he can make sure it gets the right people, on the pickup instructions for those posters.
May I ask a quick question about that, Caitlin?
Yes.
You can pick those up. They come in a locker form, if I remember correctly. Is that right? They're in a locker, and the signs are in the locker, and you can pick them up through the weekend. In other words, that it doesn't have to be up through Friday afternoon, close of business. It can be even through the weekend that they can be picked up.
That's correct.
And they have to be up prior to 8 a.m. on Monday. Is that correct?
I'm gonna double check for you what times they go up. If anyone knows, feel free to chime in.
I believe it's just during the suspension, so as long as it's up by Monday at 8 a.m.
8 a.m. Perfect. Okay, well, thank you very, very much. I appreciate your folks' time and we'll look forward to that email and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, give me a second. I'll make sure everyone's where they're supposed to be. Okay, the next agenda item is the Lab Bar and Bites, but we previously discussed moving that to the end of the agenda. So we are going to skip ahead to agenda item 9, which is show cause hearing concern and alleged violation and whether the hotel restaurant type liquor license held by Nextdoor LLC, DBA West End Tavern, 926 Pearl Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302 should be suspended or revoked. If you are here to speak on this matter, please go ahead and raise your hand. I see the licensee, Mr. Reed, is here. Okay, and then all hands raised are being promoted to panelists. If you want to present the stipulation.
The city has received a signed stipulation from Nextdoor LLC doing business as West End Tavern that has been submitted to the authority.
Great. Is there a motion to accept the stipulation of facts? Member Califano would make a motion to accept.
Member Carr would second that motion to accept.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Thank you. And I see that Adam Reed is here along with a few other people. If you will, whoever is going to represent the licensee, just let me know. And then I will swear in whoever we believe is going to be giving testimony, and you will not be there. You do not have an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
And it'll be me, Dave.
Okay, Dave, perfect. Dave, if you will, are you the only one that you believe is going to be giving testimony?
Yes.
Okay, great. If you'll say your name and spell your name for the record.
Dave Query, Query.
Amazing. And if you'll give your address for the record.
299 Green Rock, Boulder, 80302.
Thank you so much. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. And I'll hand it over to the authority.
Great. And Mr. Query, since you're not represented by counsel, I'm going to go ahead and read the proceedings into the record.
Okay.
This is a public hearing before the Beverage Licensing Authority of the City of Boulder to determine whether or not the license of Nextdoor LLC doing business as West End Tavern for a hotel restaurant type liquor license shall be suspended or revoked on the basis of the violations alleged in the order to show cause served upon the licensee and requiring the licensee's presence here today. Because this is a disciplinary proceeding, the authority shall not ask for or allow comment from members of the general public on the guilt of the licensee or the appropriate discipline to be imposed. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony presented by the city and by the licensee in order to enable this authority to make the findings and to determine by a preponderance of evidence whether or not the licensee has violated the various laws as alleged. If in the course of the hearing, testimony or other evidence establishes the guilt of the licensee of a violation of some other law, rule, or regulation than those stated in the notice, the licensee shall be afforded a reasonable continuance upon any offer that evidence in defense, explanation, and mitigation is not then available to the licensee, but can be obtained within the period of a continuance not to exceed 10 days. A record is being made of these proceedings. All testimony shall be given under oath. the rules of evidence and requirement of proof and procedure shall confirm to the extent practicable to those in civil non-jury cases, but when necessary to ascertain facts affecting the substantial rights of the public or the licensee. The authority may receive and consider evidence not admissible under such rules if such evidence possesses probative value commonly accepted by reasonable and prudent persons in the conduct of their affairs. The rules of privilege required by law shall be respected in this proceeding, and the chair may exclude incompetent and unduly repetitious evidence. The chair shall rule upon all questions of evidence and procedure, subject to being overruled on motions sustained by a majority vote of those members of the authority present. Should a licensee wish to present a fine in lieu of active suspension days, they should notify the authority of this after a penalty is determined, if any, but before suspension posting is discussed, and the licensee should be prepared to supply an estimated per day suspension dollar amount for the authority's deliberations. Is there any ex parte communication or conflict of interest from any of the board members? Member Califano, no.
Member Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Member Roberts, no.
All right, Mr. Query, this is your time to explain what happened.
Okay, well, I want to thank you for the time. I don't know any of you all, which is a good thing, which means we haven't been in front of you. We hosted the restaurant hospitality group for a while, but we don't do that. So appreciate all the work that you all do. We have had a situation at the West End Tavern where a bartender who had been hired 2 weeks previously, which really doesn't matter if it's a 2-week employee or a 10-year employee, the standards are the same. The video that was supplied to the police officer and to, I believe, was handed in our mitigation package shows the bartender looking at the ID on video for 45 seconds. And then for the remaining 15 seconds, he pulls out his phone to do the math. And he still missed it. But it was not for a lack of effort. So our training is in place. He had come to us and he was in the grace period. He'd only been with us for 2 weeks. He was signed up to get his tip certification, and that had not happened in that 2-week period. He was not fired. That is in our guidelines and how we handle things. That's gone back and forth. I've known Michonne since high school, and we've had a lot of conversations about this over the years. But we handle every situation differently. And in this case, this guy made a big effort to do the right thing. He just clearly flunked math in high school. So he missed it, and he served the drink. We have a lot of policies and training in place with our alcohol awareness training. The West End Tavern has been there for 37 years. We've estimated we've served over 5 million cocktails just in those 37 years. I have owned liquor licenses in Boulder County since '89. We have 8 current in Boulder County. We take this very, very seriously. And when someone takes that, which is similar to a gun in your hand, the service of alcohol and all the ramifications that can come of that, we take it very seriously. The bartender in question, his case was dismissed for various reasons. And we're hoping that given the circumstances and our long efforts at not having a lot of interaction with the BLA for negative reasons, that we can have a good outcome of this situation.
Great, thank you for that. Are there any questions from the board from Mr. Query?
No, but Caitlin and team, my BLA packet isn't working, and then when I refresh it, it says there's no pages in it, and I've tried a whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
Is anyone else having that problem?
Yeah, I'm so sorry, you guys. So, some of us were seeing some corrupt pages. And so the way that the BLA packet is uploaded is through Central Records. And so Central Records is re-uploading it so that you don't see those corrupt pages anymore. But it is taking much longer than it's supposed to. So I apologize. There's not really a way for me to email it out or anything because it's so large. So that's just an FYI on that. I will, if we can get like a time that they think it's going to be uploaded, I'll let you know. But that's why that's happening. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'm just glad it's not my fault.
Yeah, member Roberts, I downloaded the whole packet, you know, and I have like, I don't know, like randomly only a couple blank pages, not the entirety of the packet at all. I mean, right now in this mitigation packet, I see almost everything. There is one blank page though.
I can upload, I have the full copy. I can upload it to Google Drive and share it out with the other members of the authority, if that would be helpful.
I'm missing 3 blank pages in this mitigation.
Member Carr, would that be, so nothing's changing, they're just re-uploading it?
That's correct. Nothing is changing at all. And if you would like, there's the option to take the recess to send that out and take a look at that if you'd like.
It's up to you all. I mean, it'll take me about a minute to upload it. It's about 100 megs, and then I can send it out.
Okay.
Do you want? Can we take a brief recess? 5 minutes. Not even. Yeah.
5
Okay.
minutes back at 4:35.
What's up, Harrison?
I've resumed the recording whenever you're ready to start again.
Did you all receive it?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Are we, I was gonna ask if we're all good to proceed. All right, so did we have any questions for Mr. Query? Mr. Query, so you did retain this employee?
We did. You know, it goes back and forth to firing makes a huge statement for everyone else. Retaining the employee makes a huge statement for everyone else. That's certainly a lightning strike that I don't see happening again. We actually have had him lead some liquor awareness classes, and he's doing the in-house alcohol tips stuff that we do. So he becomes the spokesperson due to his newly elected first guy to fail a sting in our company in decades. You know, we've got so many restaurants and we've had so many stings, and we get it, but it's really frustrating when it happens, and it's human nature that people will make mistakes, and it's just a super frustrating situation to be in.
Well, I think that's great. And oftentimes you see these employees become some of the best.
Oh, absolutely. He's showing up for work on early. You can guarantee that.
Are there any other questions?
So I had one other question. It appears that Big Red F does their own compliance checks. Is that something you continue to do?
Yeah, bars have for a long time. Self-induced health inspections, bars inspections. We believe in all that. It's good practices. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, Mr. Creary, is there anything else you wanted to present to us?
Well, before I can't say anything else, if there is an opportunity to have any sort of a fine in lieu of closure, that would certainly be our first choice.
After we determine sentencing, you can definitely request that.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, we will close for deliberation. Does anybody have a motion?
This is Member Absalom here, and I just wanted to kind of echo the thoughts of Chair Califano around when you're, in terms of like terminating an employee going through this process and making them the spokesperson for being someone who's going to represent responsible alcohol service. I really, I encore that. I applaud that. I think that's something that really helps develop a culture of responsible alcohol service. And terminating an employee does send a message, but retaining that employee does mean a lot. And that does lend a lot of mitigation, in my personal opinion. I see tons of mitigation around this particular licensee, and my gut feeling is to take days off of whatever we're talking about as the base value. But I want to open that to discussion because I think that this particular licensee is proven, as Mr. Curry said, decades of responsible alcohol service. The policies are in place. They have in-house training. This is a one-off for a company that has done so many services of alcohol in our community. And I don't know. I'm willing to entertain all kinds of discussion around lowering whatever table value there is for this.
Member Absalom, let me go ahead and make a motion first, and then we can open that up for discussion or changing that. I would make a motion based on the mitigating factors of, rather than the table value, I would do 2 days served with 11 held in abeyance.
So there's a motion there. Are there any other thoughts from, I do have a thought around that as well. I was thinking, I mean, that is something that we've done. I've actually seen this happen with great mitigation in the past where we've done something like this with lower days served and more in advance. And I think that is a fair start, but I think we can maybe go further. I'd like to hear from the other board members personally.
What are you suggesting, Member Absalon?
I'm suggesting going to 1 day served and 15 in abeyance.
So that's sort of where my head was at. I reviewed the extensive mitigation packet, and I mean, we all know Big Red F in the community. Very responsible business, owners. And I do see this as like a lightning strike, something that is probably, hopefully, not going to happen again. But I would lean towards a 1 day served with a 15 days in advance. That was actually what I was thinking before you said anything, Member Absalom.
So Member Califano's motion dies without a second. Member Absalom, was that your motion? Was that an official motion?
That's the official motion. I would make a motion for 1 day served with 15 days in advance.
Member Carr would second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Okay, now there was a request for a fine in lieu. I think we've set a precedence that we don't really do those, so Member Califano would not be willing to entertain that idea.
I agree. Member Roberts agrees.
I've abstained from these in the past, and last month I did abstain only because I've been an operator of restaurants, and I abstained from this because I do understand the precedent that's been set by our authority, but I also do feel that I have had the opportunity to actually be on the other side of this and ask for that, so I will abstain from that discussion if that's my choice.
I'm not willing to entertain a fine in lieu of at this point either.
And yeah, I'm in agreement with you all.
All right, so request for a fine in lieu was denied. What we have, now we need to determine days served. Does Monday seem okay for everyone?
Yep.
Right, so the day served, the 1 day served will be this upcoming Monday. You can remain open, just the sale of alcohol cannot happen.
What if we have, I'll check, but what if we have a wedding that we've taken a deposit on and we've got we do a lot of events. What if we've got Coach Prime in there? What if we've got something going on that night?
Well, this is the time to let us know of that. And then
Yeah.
we can determine if we're willing to move the date.
We just heard the date, so that'll take a minute to figure out. Which I'll do right this second. Hey, Harrison, when you said no, you mean there's nothing going on? Is that correct?
Nothing on the schedule. That is
Okay.
correct.
Yep, Monday.
All right, great. Kristen or Caitlin, excuse me, it did it again. We can have those ready by Monday.
Yes. An email with poster instruction or poster pickup instructions. And you can pick them up anytime over the weekend before Monday.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Query.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a second. Get everyone on the right place. Okay. Next, we have agenda item 10, which is show cause hearing concerning an alleged violation, whether the hotel restaurant type liquor license held by Sage Client 499 LLC, DBA Embassy Suites and Hilton Garden Inn, 2601 Canyon Boulevard and 2701 Canyon Boulevard, Boulder, Colorado 80303 should be suspended or revoked. If you are here to speak on this matter, please raise your hand and I will let you in to the panelists. And it looks like their attorney, Brian Prave, is being let in, and then a representative for the licensee. And while they're getting settled, if you want to present the stipulation.
The city has received a signed stipulation from Sage Client 499 LLC, doing business as Embassy Suites and Hilton Garden Inn. That stipulation has been submitted to the authority.
Thank you for that. Is there a motion to accept the stipulation of facts?
Member Carr will accept the stipulation of facts, or make a motion to accept the stipulation of facts.
And Member Absalom will second that motion.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Thank you. And I just wanted to let everyone know that the packet is back on the website and it is bug free, so there's no more black pages in there. Mr. Prophet, who do you believe will be testifying today?
His name is Mr. Joe Steiskell. He's our area managing director.
Thank you. And Mr. Steiskell, will you go ahead and say your name and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Joseph Steiskell, Joseph, Joseph, Steiskell, Steiskal.
Thank you so much. And if you'll give an address.
Sure. Address is 8501 Orchard Way, Arvada, Colorado, 80007.
Thank you. And if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Prophet, I feel like it's been a very long time, but if we could get you to record your attorney ID.
Certainly. Brian Prophet, registration number 31101 on behalf of the licensee, Sage Client 499 LLC, DBA, the Embassy Suites and Hilton Garden Inn, a dual hotel.
Great. Thank you for that. And since you're representing his counsel, I'd ask if you'd be willing to waive the reading of the proceedings into the record.
We would so waive, particularly at this hour.
Thank you for that and appreciate it. Is there any ex parte communication or conflict of interest from any of the board members? Member Califano, no.
Member Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Member Roberts, no.
All right, great. Mr. Prophet, you may proceed.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Again, Brian Prophet on behalf of the licensee. Prior to today's hearing, we did submit our mitigation packet to the board. Hopefully it is bug-free and you have that before us, or before you, I should say. But before we get into that, first, we certainly admit there was a violation here. Hotels are often interesting situations in that, particularly like this one, we have a number of places where alcohol might be purchased. We have restaurants, we have banquet facilities, meeting rooms. But at this hotel, or these two hotels actually, which are combined under a single liquor license, we also have what we refer to as the market. And that is, unfortunately, where this violation occurred. Again, we absolutely admit that there was a sale to minor at our facility. The individual, Mr. Homan, Marcus Homan, who made that sale, was TIPS trained most recently in January of 2023. He asked for identification from the operative, reviewed it, saw the year was 2003, if I'm doing my math correctly, but unfortunately didn't further do the math regarding the month and day, and made the sale. As a result of that, Mr. Homan was not let go. Rather, he was retrained and disciplined. It was made very clear to Mr. Homan that if something like this were to ever happen again, we are not a 3 strikes facility. Rather, a second violation, a second mistake like this would absolutely result in his termination. Mr. Homan was also required to undergo retraining through, I believe it was ServSafe. It was a state-approved course. And we had a number of folks who were up for renewal who went through a recent course just this past month. As I was saying, we are a dual branded hotel. We have 204 rooms in the Embassy Suites. We have 172 rooms at the Hilton Garden Inn. All of our alcohol service staff are TIPS or ServSafe or other state-approved training, or receive training through that, as well as internal training, which can include and does include I started to say monitoring, shadowing is what I mean to say. They begin by shadowing other servers, bartenders, and then they move more into a front-facing role with the person they were shadowing, then following them. for a period of several days. We also have procedures and protocols in place, which anyone who is involved in the sale of alcohol must go through with management staff as part of their onboarding process. And pardon me, and then sign. That is placed into their file, and it is something that is reviewed with them on a regular basis when they undergo their own meetings, performance updates. Additionally, all of our restaurant staff does, well, actually, it's more than just restaurant staff. All members of staff do pre-shift meetings as part of the process at the hotel. Certainly, alcohol sale, service, and those types of things are things that are often discussed at those meetings. As part of our mitigation packet, we have provided to you those training certificates and spreadsheets, our written policies, procedures. One thing I do want to make clear, as I was re-reviewing my cover letter to you earlier today, the use of birth date input cash registers. I realize my letter was a bit unclear. This is a policy and procedure that has been established now as a result of this particular incident. The hotel reviewed their policies, procedures, believed that this was something that they had looked into a little bit before, but unfortunately was not in place at the time of this event. It has now been made a permanent policy and procedure for all alcohol employees. And if there are any questions about how this particular app works, Mr. Steiskell is available here to walk you through that. Now, one of the most important things I do want to discuss, and it's one of the things that makes hotels in particular an interesting and different creature, and it has to do with community involvement. We are a rather large, as I mentioned, 2 hotels together with over 370 rooms. We put on a lot of events for the community, for the university, and organizations who are part of that, including events coming up over the next several weeks. These events are booked months and months in advance and often involve hundreds of people. I had mentioned many of them in my letter, but they include many fundraisers, both from, for instance, the CU College of Engineering, their awards dinner, or Boulder Country Days School Gala. Just this coming weekend, we have a fundraiser and gala by the, Rocky Mountain Equality Gala on, I believe it is Saturday evening. We're expecting well over 250 people. It is their annual fundraiser, including a silent auction. And I say all of this because hotels, again, are such a community destination, and one that a mistake like this affects me personally, I believe, perhaps more, not just the licensee, but the community than maybe some other types of licensees. As a result, and I want to let you know, we will be requesting the opportunity for a petition for a fine in lieu. My apologies. Should you choose to issue an active suspension. Lastly, by way of a bit of introduction for Mr. Steiskell, he is our, as I mentioned, area managing director, which is really like the general manager of these 2 hotels. Mr. Steiskell is very involved in the community. He sits on the board of directors of the Boulder Hotel and Motel Association. He is also the current chairman of the board of the Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau. Both of those organizations, while they are not your preferred RAR group, discusses amongst themselves and promotes safe practices in the community. In fact, one of your former members was a chair of the, I believe it was chair of the Boulder Hotel and Motel Association. And so I do hope that you would take a look at our mitigation packet, as well as particularly the fact that this particular sale did involve our employee requesting identification. He attempted to do the math in his head and utterly made a mathematical error and engaged in the sale. We take full responsibility for that. And we would ask that as a result of the mitigation before you, that you would consider a lesser suspension in this matter. Thank you very much.
Great. Are there any questions for Mr. Profit? I'm not sure. Caitlin, was the letter in our packet?
Let me look.
We submitted a cover letter, and we actually did it as two separate PDFs. There was the cover letter, and then there were the mitigation materials, which were the attachment thereto.
Chair Califano, I see it on page 270 of the packet.
Thank you.
It didn't look like a letter to me is all. Thought it was part of the training. Thank you, though.
I think I did sign it. So
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Profit? Mr. Profit, and this may be more for your client, but what upcoming events do you have this next week?
certainly I have a list of these, but Mr. Steiskal is more intimately familiar with those events, and I would defer to him. I know, for instance, I did mention the gala this coming Saturday, but there are also some things during the coming week, and I also understand they're fully booked this coming week. And then the following weekend, I understand the I Have a Dream luncheon is taking place, I think, Friday. But Joe, are you with us?
I am, correct.
Maybe you could give a little bit more color to some of the events and the size of those events that are taking place at the hotel.
That is correct. So we do have the Rocky Mountain Equality Gala happens this Saturday. That is for 350 people. And then we are hosting a meeting for Scout Clean Energy, NOAA, and Grupo Bimbo. All have meetings with us during the week next week with evening receptions that are taking place. And that goes all the way Monday through Thursday. And then Saturday, we have the I Have a Dream luncheon. And that right now has 320 attendees attending that particular meeting as well, too. And that's in the immediate next 7 days.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think maybe you even have a wedding or wedding reception next weekend as well.
Correct. We have 2 wedding welcome receptions that are happening outdoors the following weekend.
And the Leave No Trace Summit?
That starts on October 7th, and that's a week-long conference that's happening. And obviously Leave No Trace is a local company here that kicks underway. So we've been planning that particular meeting for the last 18 months.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, this is member Absalom. This is a question for Mr. High School. So in terms of your regional manager, so in the affidavit here, who was the manager listed here that was mentioned? Was that you?
That is me, correct, yeah. So,
okay, so you're
technically
hands-on.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm the general manager day to day. I guess the area general manager is just a title because I have oversight of the Homewood Suites here in Boulder as well too, which is over on Baseline Road, but I don't oversee the day to day there specifically. But I am here day to day, every day. My team can attest to that. I'll be here this Saturday for that particular gala. And so, yeah, I'm here quite often. And on this particular incident that transpired on May 30th with Mr. Holman, he texted me directly about 10 minutes after it transpired, admitting his guilt and how embarrassed he was that he made the misstep. And I take great pride in the fact I've been here since the beginning of 19, and we've passed several of the undercover operations, and to fail one, obviously, our team is well aware of the implications of that, unfortunately, and what's going to transpire because of it. And he does as well, too. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you are hands-on and present at that location, because when it comes to huge management companies and the hotels, I do get concerned about someone being there and present. And happy to hear that you are on site and you got a text right away when it happened. So I do appreciate that information. Thank you.
Sure, my pleasure.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Mr. Prophet, is there anything else you would like to close with?
No, thank you for your time today. Again, it was a mistake, one that we take full responsibility for. And I would like to have the opportunity to make a pitch for a fine in lieu here. I know that isn't typically something that is done by this board, but particularly given some of the circumstances of the size of this hotel and the implications that an active suspension, especially an immediate or nearly immediate active suspension may have, I would like to be given that opportunity following your decision. We do believe there is sufficient mitigation for this authority to lessen the standard 5 and 9 that is in your guidelines. But with that said, I would be asked to be given the opportunity to speak further regarding a petition for a fine in lieu. Oh, I guess I should also mention, we did bring, and of course I'll cover this in a moment if given that opportunity. I have available sales records to give this authority an idea there, a typical and average days alcohol sales over the last 2 months. And by that, I mean the months of July and
Mr. Prophet, we'll cover that when we after the sentencing. So but I'm glad you have that ready. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So at this point, we will close for deliberation. Is there a motion that Member Califano would make a motion for 3 days served with 9 held in abeyance?
And that's based on the mitigation presented to you today, right, Chair Califano?
Correct.
Correct. I do see mitigation here, and based on that motion, Member Absalom make a second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
3 days served, and how many in abeyance?
I left it at table value 9.
Or at 9? I guess and maybe I got distracted because my kid walked in here. Very sorry. But what was the reasoning behind that motion for 3 days?
Mitigating factors that they've submitted.
And the boards feel that 3 is necessary?
We had a motion and a second, so right now it's just a matter of voting yay or nay for it.
I'm gonna vote nay. So Robert's nay.
Great, thank you. Now they have asked for a fine in lieu. Mr. Prophet, can you give us those numbers at this point?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Our July and August sales, alcohol sales, totaled $155,555. That works out to $2,508.95 per day.
Thank you for that. In terms of discussion, Member Califano, I do feel very, I don't want to damage what they have booked already. I think it has severe consequences for this. I think that in this case, it is a very, very unique once in a blue moon type situation where I would be willing to accommodate a fine in lieu. I don't know how the other board members feel.
This is Member Absalom. Haven't we always also discussed moving those suspension dates around certain events rather than saying, hey, it has to be this date, like we did last month with another licensee?
We can, but
mean-
the impression I get is that they've got something booked from now until eternity. And and this is just because I personally work in the industry of that, and I know how it goes with that. And they have to be served consecutive, which is the other issue.
Yeah, it's hard for me to entertain the thought of a fine in lieu based on a specific industry, based on what we're talking about with other licensees, because it's just hard for me to have that discussion because, as you said previously, we have to think about what we have done in the past, and we very, very rarely will allow a fine in lieu. But these are extenuating circumstances, and I respect that. So I'd like to hear from the other board members about that.
This is Member Haggerty. I'm torn as well. I think these, certainly are special circumstances, and when there are going to be 3 consecutive days when there's not something booked, would be kind of hard to imagine anytime soon. Is that something that the hotel would be able to provide us, if asked for? And how far out are we able to go with that? Is that
The next 30 days?
So I guess I would ask if there's a 3-day period in there, in the next 30 days.
Mr. Steiskal, Joe had texted me, but let me ask quickly the question of the next 30 days. Is that required under the Boulder, any of your internal rules, or is that a preference that the authority has? And I only ask that question because while you were discussing, Mr. Steiskal texted me and suggested 3 days in a row. That would be a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but unfortunately they're in October and fall outside of that 30-day. And again, I don't know if that is a mandate requirement or simply a suggested rule that you follow. Specifically, he had indicated to me October 28th, 29th, and 30th as being 3 days, weekdays at the hotels where they do not have anything, at least large, booked.
Roberto?
Yeah, thank you for that. The BLA Rules of Procedure, subsection 10-2-3, subsection A talks about show cause hearings, and I apologize, it's subsection E, that the suspension dates shall be served by licensee within 30 days following the show cause hearing on consecutive days and on days when the licensee would otherwise be open for business. So that is not policy, that is an actual rule.
Yeah.
So my perspective on it is like, this is a large hotel. They do have a lot of events, and I am not normally in favor of a fine in lieu, but I, think about the community, the effect this will have on the community as well, not just on the licensee. And those events that they're expecting to have fundraisers and other types of things. And I want to take that into perspective, that by imposing suspension days on days when there may be events for local community, businesses and nonprofits, it could affect their fundraising as well. And I don't want it to have those unintended consequences. So I would be in favor of a fine in lieu in this very specific scenario.
I tend to agree with the community aspect. I don't think that our community members should be punished for a mistake. And I wouldn't want one of our local establishments that has a good reputation and has outsiders coming in to have a tarnished reputation for something that was a mistake and a one-time thing. I think that's where I was leaning more towards like 1 day served, but I'm not sure that that's still on the table. So if it's not, then I would consider in lieu of.
Great. So let's, since we've heard from all the members, let's go ahead and do a motion. Member Califano would make a motion to grant the fine in lieu for 3 days served. Is there a second?
I'll second member Califano's motion to accept a fine in lieu of 3 days served.
Great. All in
Just to clarify, would the abeyance days still apply?
the abeyance days? I believe they would, yes. They would be, those would be served should they get another violation within the next year.
And if I may, and I would defer to Mr. Ramirez on this. If I'm not mistaken, and as a point of order, I believe that you had made a motion for suspension. There was a second, but I'm not sure that was ever voted upon. And I think that a suspension must be ordered, and then the petition for the fine in lieu may be accepted following the order of a suspension. I just want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row, understanding this is atypical for this authority.
Roberto?
Yeah, thank you. My notes, and I could be wrong, we've been at this for 2.5 hours right now, but I thought everyone voted in favor except for member Roberts, so it passed 4-1. Once that was on the record, then there was a consideration of the fine in lieu of.
My apologies.
All right, so all in favor, say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, nay.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
All right, once in a lifetime fine in lieu granted. We can get those numbers over to, where did she go? Oh, Caitlin, I lost you for a minute there. If we could get those numbers over, that will be the violation that we have, or the suspension that we have put on. Not necessarily suspension, but fine in lieu.
Thank you. May we have until noon tomorrow to complete that? And I only ask because my daughter, well, I need to go pick her up from school.
I think that's fine. Caitlin, is that still good for you?
Yeah, that's fine. And Mr. Prophet, you have my email address, I believe. So
I do. I'll send those directly to you. I'll have that either tonight or first thing in the morning.
no problem.
Thank you. Members of the authority, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you. And I'll just make sure everyone's where they're supposed to be. Okay, we are gonna skip ahead here. Okay, we are on agenda item 11, which is public hearing and consideration of an application filed on July 30th, 2024 from Chiba Hut, DBA Chiba Hut, 1346 Pearl Street, Suite 120, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. Elevated Inc., 100% owner of Chiba Hut Investment Company, David Timmons, president, Kyle Archer, secretary, treasurer, and registered manager. The business mailing address of P.O. Box 12259, Denver, Colorado, 80212 for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. If you're here to speak on this matter, please go ahead and raise your hand. And they are coming in. And I see that their attorney, Mr. Linden is present. And Mr. Linden, who will be giving testimony for this matter so I can swear them in?
Hello, Kyle Archer.
Okay, and then I see Miss Garrison is here as well. Mr. Archer, I'll start with you. If you'll say your name, spell your name for the record.
Kyle Archer, KYLEARCHER,
Thank you, and give an address.
6056 Espalier Court, Fort Collins, Colorado.
Thank you, and will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Gerritsen, if you'll say your name, spell your name for the record.
Hi, Caitlin. Yes, for the record, my name is Eva Gerritsen. Last name is Garretson, one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals. And we are located at 5515 Saddle Rock Place in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
Yes.
And do you also swear or affirm that you or your employees have posted the premise for 10 days prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I will hand it over
Thank
to
you.
the chair. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we do that, Mr. Linden, if you'll record your appearance and then I'll hand it over to the chair.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Vince Linden. I'm a Colorado licensed attorney, registration number 23285. I'm present today with Kyle Archer on behalf of Chiba Hut Investment Company, Inc., doing business as Chiba Hut for its application for hotel restaurant liquor license at 1346 Pearl Street, Suite 120, Boulder, Colorado. Eva Gerritsen is also present on behalf of the applicant.
Great, thank you, Mr. Linden. Since you're representing his counsel, I'd ask if you'd be willing to waive the reading of the proceedings into the record.
Yes, sir.
Great. And is there any ex parte communication from any of, or conflict of interest from any of the board members? Member Califano, no.
Member Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Member Roberts, no.
Great. And is there anyone in the attendees that wishes to speak to this agenda item? If you could raise your hand. Not seeing any. All right, Mr. Linden, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Archer, can you hear me?
Can.
Please state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
Kyle Archer, ARCHER.
And are you here today on behalf of Chiba Hut Investment Company, Inc., doing business as Chiba Hut?
Yes.
What is your position with the applicant company, Chiba Hut Investment Company, Inc.?
I'm the company's CFO, vice president, and secretary, as well as a director, and I hold the same positions for the parent company as well.
Okay. Is the applicant company wholly owned by Elevated Huts, Inc.?
Yes.
And is the parent company, Elevated Huts, Inc., wholly owned by Elevated, Inc.?
Yes.
Are you and Mr. David Timmons the sole shareholders of the holding company, Elevated, Inc.?
Yes.
Besides you and Mr. Timmons, are there any other officers or directors of the applicant company, either directly, indirectly, or beneficially?
No, it is only Mr. Timmons and myself. Mr. Timmons is the CEO, president, and director of the holding company, and I'm the vice president and CFO and secretary as stated.
Does Mr. Timmons hold 87.5% of the shares of the holding company?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you own 12.5% of the shares of the holding company?
Correct.
Therefore, does Mr. Timmons have an 87.5% beneficial interest in the applicant, and you hold the remaining 12.5% beneficial interest?
That is correct.
Are you authorized to represent the company's interests today at this public hearing?
Yes, I am.
And I think we've established this, Mr. Archer, but are there any persons other than yourself and Mr. Timmons who have a direct or indirect financial interest in the company?
No, it is just the two of us.
Is Chiba Hut Investment Company, Inc., a Colorado corporation?
Yes, it is.
Is it registered in good standing with the Colorado Secretary of State's office?
That is correct.
And is it authorized to do business under the trade name Chiba Hut?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Archer, do you and Mr. Timmons have experience operating liquor licensed restaurants in the state of Colorado?
Yes, Mr. Timmons and I currently have 17 liquor licensed restaurants in the state of Colorado.
And do they operate under the trade name Chiba Hut?
That is correct.
Will you tell the members of the board how long you and Mr. Timmons have been in the restaurant industry?
Mr. Timmons started in the restaurant industry in 2010, and I started in the restaurant industry in 2020.
Have any of your 17 restaurants ever been cited for selling alcohol to a minor?
No.
Have any of your restaurants been cited for selling to an intoxicated patron or any other alcohol-related offense?
No.
Now, one location in Denver, I understand, was cited more than 6 years ago for a customer that was smoking marijuana on your patio. Is that correct?
That is correct. 6 years ago at our location located at 1638 East Colfax, on April 20th, during the celebrations from the city, was a very crowded event, and some of that overflowed into our venue as well too. And during that time, there was an individual that was smoking marijuana that we did not observe, and we were cited for that. We've since put policies in place that during large events, we have additional individuals to watch the entire premises, not only for alcohol, but to make sure that there's no marijuana being smoked up on the premises.
Is that the only violation to your knowledge that any of the 17 locations
Correct.
have had? When do you anticipate opening this location in Boulder to the public?
This November.
And for the record, what is the address at which the restaurant will do business?
1346 Pearl Street, Suite 120.
Does the company have legal possession of the premises at that location?
We do.
Do you have a 10-year lease agreement with 3 60-month option periods for the location?
That is correct.
And are you again applying for another license type, which is held by the other operating locations, which is a hotel restaurant license?
Correct.
And you understand that that license type only authorizes the sale of malt, vinous, and spirit liquors for consumption on the premises?
Yes, we understand.
Will you give the members of the Beverage Licensing Authority a little background on the type of food the restaurant offers and its theme, as well as its intended hours of operation?
Yes, Chiba Hut is a toasted sub concept, primarily serving sandwiches. We do also offer salads and other treats as well too. We also have a full bar. The theme of the restaurant is a marijuana themed restaurant. However, there's no marijuana sold, consumed, included in the food, anything like that as well. Hours of operation are typically 10 a.m. until midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and 10 until 2 a.m. On Friday and Saturday.
Do you have a full kitchen, or will you have a full kitchen at the location?
Yes.
And will the kitchen be open during all hours that alcohol is served?
Correct.
Approximately how many employees do you intend to employ on site during business operating hours?
Total employee count at this location will be about 40, with about 10 working at any given time.
Kellogg, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I think that was directed to you, Ms. Kellogg.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My computer is flashing that my internet connection is weak, so I didn't know if I was coming through.
Oh, no, yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Is it possible to put the company's liquor license premises diagram on the screen?
Yes. Give me just a second to get there.
Thank you.
Okay, hopefully I can see this is the first floor here.
Yes.
Perfect.
Mr. Archer, I will tell you that this diagram on the screen is the diagram that we submitted with the company's liquor license application. Does it appear to be a correct and true depiction of the floor plan for the operating premises?
That is correct.
And would you take a minute to walk the members through the floor plan, beginning with the entrance, and also explain the outdoor patio area?
Sure. Just to orient everybody here, north is on the top side of the diagram. This building located at 1346 is on the corner of Pearl and 14th. This unit is on the backside of the building. So the entrance that you see on the east or the right-hand side of the diagram is actually a frontage on 14th. In which patrons will generally enter through that 14th entrance, 14th Street entrance. They can go straight, in which they will walk up to the queue line where they can order sandwiches at the register, or they can go to the left where you see the bar counter notated, and they can order food and drinks at the bar as well. The patio on the south side is fully enclosed by a fence, open air on it, and has the gates necessary for egress as well too, and faces back towards the alley behind the building.
Thank you. Can you explain where the liquor storage areas are?
Yeah, liquor storage will be behind the bar, and as well as a locked liquor cabinet that you see located in between the two restrooms.
And are you also seeking to license the basement?
Part of the basement is part of our premises.
Can we show that, Ms. Kellogg? Will any members of the public be allowed into the basement area?
No, the access to the basement is through the back of the kitchen in a non-customer facing area.
Mr. Archer, we listed you as the initial manager for this premises location. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And will you continue as the manager for the premises until you're satisfied that the location is operating according to your desires?
That is correct. I'll be the initial manager, and once we have established management, we will change that at that time.
Have you ever had a liquor violation, Mr. Archer?
No.
And can you describe the internal training that the company provides its servers?
Sure, we have internal training and policies. I believe some of those policies were submitted as part of our application as it pertains to IDing as well as all of our bartenders also receive tips training. We also conduct regular evaluations on our bars through our bar operations manager to evaluate to make sure that alcohol is being served in a safe manner and per law, and all standards are being met.
Will you also ensure that liquor training is conducted by an external Colorado Responsible Vendor Act approved training program prior to opening to the public?
Correct.
And you'll retain liquor licensing professionals with whom Eva Garrettson is present tonight to conduct the external training for all servers?
Correct.
And do you have a policy that you require everyone to present a valid ID upon requesting the purchase of alcohol?
Yes, we do require it for everyone regardless of age.
Can a patron order more than one drink at a time?
No.
Do you require an ID for every individual drink that is served?
Correct.
Can you describe for the members how drinks are ordered and served?
Yes, they're ordered at the bar directly from the bartenders and served at that time over the bar.
Do you sell pitchers, drafts, bottles of wine?
We do not sell any pitchers. We do have drafts and cans.
Do you allow alcohol to leave the premises?
No.
Do you deliver alcohol?
No.
Do you accept vertical identification cards?
We do not accept any vertical IDs.
Of your liquor service, and based on the 17 other operating locations that do business as Chiba Hut, what do you expect the ratio to be with respect to liquor versus food?
Our alcohol is typically about 10% of our overall sales.
Will you inform your employees that they can be criminally charged if they violate any liquor rule or statute, particularly with regards to selling to a minor?
Yes, we do advise them that they will be criminally charged.
Do you refuse service to anyone that appears to be exhibiting signs of intoxication?
Correct. We would refuse service.
Do you believe that you and Mr. Timmons, with your experience in the industry, are adequately familiar with the Colorado Liquor Code as it pertains to hotel restaurant licenses?
We do.
Do you understand that you have to have 2 liquor licenses to operate, one from the city of Boulder and one from the state of Colorado?
Yes.
And do you understand that the licenses must be timely renewed on an annual basis?
Yes.
The point of sale system that you'll be installing at this particular location, is it the same point of sale system that you use at the other 17 restaurants?
It is one that we use at other restaurants. We'll be installing Toast as our POS system. It's a pretty common restaurant POS system.
And does it enable the company to track purchases and sale of alcoholic beverages?
Yes, it does.
Does the registered on-site manager, in this instance, you, make the alcoholic beverage orders?
Correct.
From wholesale licensed vendors?
Correct.
Do you ever purchase from retail liquor stores?
We do not.
And are you aware that both the city of Boulder and the state of Colorado can enforce the state statute as well as their own regulations and rules?
Yes.
Have you been present today since 3 o'clock and witness to at least 3 enforcement actions against various different licensees in the city of Boulder?
Yes.
Do you understand that you must maintain copies of the operating location's business records on site and that those records must be available for inspection?
Yes, and we do.
Will there be any live music or dancing at the location?
We do not have any live music or dancing.
Do you have cameras at the location?
We do.
How many?
There will be 9 at this location.
Do you believe that this location will be operated in a manner that will not adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of the neighborhood and the city of Boulder?
We do. We believe, based on our experience, we operate well-run restaurants and we have a positive impact on the neighborhood.
We indicated on your application that the total investment for the premises was approximately $700,000. Was the source of that investment from distribution from the parent company?
That is correct.
Did the company take out any loans, or are there any third parties that have financed any purchase of this investment?
No, this is funded through the company's cash flow.
Members of the licensing authority, that would conclude the questions that I have for Mr. Archer. If you have questions for Mr. Archer, he's available.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Archer from the board? The only one that I had was, I don't think I'm seeing a policy in our packet.
It was was it sent as an exhibit? It should be in your, it's either was sent as an exhibit or it should be in your packet. Hang on one second.
I'm seeing one on page 11, I believe. It's
I see it on
essentially
page
a
311.
311. That's what I said. Yeah, page 311. It's essentially a employee doc to be signed.
Got it. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions from the board?
I did have a question. This is member Absalom. So this location that you're taking over is the former Lazy Dog location, I believe, right?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about the way that things were facing on the alley, and I'm looking at the drawing right now. Just explain it to me again. So that corner entrance on Pearl Street, right? Right when you walk in, are you going to be, that's the main entrance? No. See, that's why I'm kind of confused about it.
Yeah, this is the south side of the building. So the corner of the main entrance of Lazy Dog you're referring to is on the northeast corner.
Correct,
That'll
yeah.
have nothing, that'll have nothing to do with the premises of Chiba Hut. So this is all on the back south side of the building. So the right side that you're looking at is 14th Street on that drawing there. And the patio and the south side there is parking, and then back to the alley behind it.
So all the sales are coming off on that south side of what you're saying. Like all the entrance ways. I'm just confused about, I guess the orientation, the drawing was a little off for me. But yeah, so you're saying that that northeast entrance is no longer an entrance.
That will be a completely different tenant. What you're looking at to the premises does not include Pearl Street. There'll be another tenant in between.
Got it.
On the two. It was a 6,000 square foot building. We're taking the back 2,000 square feet.
Thank you for clarifying that. So I'm looking at it, thinking about myself on Pearl Street. So that was my question. Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions? The only other comment I would make is regarding the policy. Mr. Archer, I think you could really beef this up. I think it's pretty skeletal at the moment in terms of alcohol service. It doesn't mention anything about signs of intoxication on an individual or over service or anything like that. Are you familiar with RAR?
I'm not. We do provide tips training as well too, where that's covered in that material as well. I think maybe what you're looking at is solely just our ID policy.
I believe that is what I'm looking at, yes.
Okay.
But having that in your policy that they sign would be very beneficial for you. But RAR, it's a group of licensees and restaurants that come together and talk about potential issues coming up in the next few months, things like that. It is a really good advisory group, and I would highly suggest looking into joining them. And they can definitely help you beef up your own personal identification policy and alcohol service policy to be all encompassing on that.
Great. I appreciate that advice. Thank you.
And with that, I'm not seeing any other questions. Mr. Linden, you may continue.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Eva Garrettson of Liquor Licensing Professionals to testify with regards to the professional survey that was conducted with respect to the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood that was defined by your licensing authority. So I'd like to call Ms. Garrettson at this time.
Good afternoon, Chair Califano and members of the authority. For the record, once again, my name is Eva Garrettson, one of the owners of Liquor Licensing Professionals doing business as Liquor Pros. We were hired by the applicant, Chiba Hut, to perform the needs and desires survey regarding the new hotel and restaurant liquor license at 1346 Pearl Street, Suite 120. And I do apologize. We had 1210 on our report. So I do apologize for that. It is 120. We did this particular survey on dates of Monday, August 27th, Tuesday, August 26th and 27th. Made attempted contacts with 405 business owners, managers, and residents inside the area, and obtained a total of 125 signatures, 50 from business owners and managers, and 75 from residential. Of the 50, and we were provided with the packets by the Boulder licensing authority, the city. Of the 50 businesses that were surveyed in the area, all 50 signed in favor at 100%. They were really looking forward to have this building filled back up again. As Member Absalom pointed out, it was the former Lazy Dog. So I think a lot of those folks were hoping to fill that building again just to get more foot traffic coming in through there. Of the 75 residential, we had 74 sign in favor at 99%, one opposed at 1%. If we combine these totals, just the raw numbers, 99% signing in favor at 124 and one opposed at 1%. We still try and ask folks to write in why they are in favor or opposed to this license in order to provide the authority with more feedback. With the reason of opposition, they just simply declined to do so. Given the fact that there are 57 other licenses of similar type inside this area, the 99% still clearly shows a positive need and desire, and that the existing outlets have not yet met that need. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Garrettson? Not seeing any. Mr. Linden, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. That would conclude our presentation.
Great. At this time, we will close for deliberation. Is there a motion?
Member Carr would move to approve the application.
Member Absalom would second that motion.
All in favor, say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
All right, license approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Just get everyone settled here. Okay, we are gonna jump back up to agenda item 8, which is show cause hearing concerning an alleged violation and whether the hotel restaurant type liquor license held by the Waffle Lab Boulder LLC DBA The Lab Bar and Bites, 1155 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302 should be suspended or revoked. And I had a small request if anyone would prefer to take a recess before this show cause. Let me know.
I would appreciate a brief recess.
Likewise.
I'll second that.
How long would you like? It's 5:45 right now.
5.
5? Perfect.
5, 6. It's 5:45. 5 minutes? Okay, see you in 5.
Okay, it looks like we're all back for the most part. And the recording is started again. I'm just going to go ahead and read this into the record one more time. This is agenda item 8, show cause hearing concerning an alleged violation and whether the hotel restaurant type liquor license held by the Waffle Lab Boulder LLC, DBA The Lab Bar and Bites, 1155 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302, should be suspended or revoked. And I just have a note, there's no signed stipulation for this agenda item. And then the BLA would have gotten 3 separate exhibits for this. The first 2 one came on Tuesday. No, I'm sorry. One came on Tuesday, one came on earlier today, and then the third one came during the meeting, so you would have that in your email. Agenda item 8, exhibits 1 and 2 were submitted to us after the packet deadline. So just so you know, you can choose whether or not to consider those. So those are my notes on this agenda item. And then I see that Ms. Vecchio, you're here. Is anyone else wanting to? Okay, perfect. If anyone else would like to be admitted to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand for this item. I see Ashley's being admitted. And Brad as well. Ms. Vecchio, who do you believe will be giving testimony for?
On behalf of the Waffle Lab, I have Ashley Bott.
Perfect. And Ashley, I'll go ahead and swear you in, and then I think I might have to swear a few others in as well. So Ashley, if you will say your name and spell your name for the record.
Ashley Bott, ASHLEYBOTT.
Thank you, and give an address.
1112 English Oak Court, Loveland, Colorado, 80538.
Thank you, and if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you so much. And then I'll just ask if there's anyone else who needs to be sworn in. Does Officer Reck need to be sworn in?
Yes, she does.
Thank you. Officer Reck, if you will say your name and spell your name for the record. Oh, Officer Reck, you're muted.
I'll get it together. I'm Officer Rec, RECH.
Thank you. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the Beverage Licensing Authority is true?
I do.
Thank you. And then is there anyone else who needs to be sworn in?
Not on behalf of the city.
Okay.
And not on behalf of the Waffle Lab.
Okay, thank you. I will hand it over to the chair.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read some proceedings into the record for this. The following procedures will be used for this hearing. Because the City of Boulder has the burden of proof in this proceeding, they will be allowed to go first and last in the presentation of evidence and argument. The city will present any witnesses and/or exhibit it chooses, followed by the Lab, Bar, and Bites. The city will then be allowed to present any rebuttal evidence. Once the evidence concludes, each side will be allowed a total of 15 minutes to argue any points of law or fact. The city may reserve a portion of its 15 minutes for a rebuttal argument. If we, the BLA, finds that the city has met its burden by a preponderance of the evidence, we will move into the sentencing or sanctions portion of the hearing, where the Lab, Bar, and Bites will be allowed to present matters in mitigation, and the city will be able to present matters in aggravation. The city may now proceed, but I do want to ask, is there any conflict of interest from any of the board members or ex parte communication? Member Califano, no?
Member Absalom, no.
Member Carr, no.
Member Haggerty, no.
Member Roberts, no.
All right, the city may proceed.
Thank you. The city would like to call Officer Leah Reck as a witness in this matter. Officer Reck, can you hear me clearly?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I'm just confirming, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
my full name is Leah Reck, R-E-C-H.
And where do you work?
I work for the City of Boulder Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
This is my 24th year.
Do you have any police or law enforcement experience outside of the city of Boulder?
I do not.
As part of your duties, do you conduct compliance checks with establishments with city of Boulder liquor licenses?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty on May 9th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, May 9th, 2024, did you conduct a compliance check at the Lab Bar and Bites?
Yes, I did.
How was the Lab Bar and Bites selected for a compliance check?
They were selected because they're a liquor license establishment here in Boulder, and we randomly do compliance checks at the liquor license establishments.
Had you received any tips regarding the Lab Bar and Bites?
Yes, I did.
Are you able to share the concerns you had about the Lab Bar and Bites based on these tips?
Absolutely. We had some community concerns of individuals that were calling in to express their concern about underage consumption of alcohol occurring there, as well as coworkers were routinely expressing that they were having some concerns that there were some underage individuals that were consuming alcohol there.
And I, just for the record, want to object to that line of questioning insofar as it presents hearsay testimony.
May I respond, Chair?
Please.
The rules of evidence are relaxed at this type of quasi-judicial proceeding under Boulder Revised Code 135 subsection H, as well as the Board of the BLA's own rules of procedure. I am looking at page 17 of the 389-page document effective August of 2023.
Objection overruled.
May I continue?
Please.
Officer Rick, where is the Lab Bar and Bites located?
It's located at 1155 13th Street, which is in the city and county of Boulder in the state of Colorado.
At about what time did you begin the compliance check on May 9th?
It was started around 20, so in military time, 2102, which is in the reports, or 9:02 p.m.
How many operatives were used during that compliance check?
2.
Were the operatives under the age of 21 as of that date?
Yes, they were.
Did the operatives carry identification with them?
They carried identification, but it was not their own.
What form of identification did they carry?
They carried, each one had a fraudulent driver's license.
Where were these driver's licenses obtained?
So I have a stack of licenses that have been turned in by establishments within the city that I have investigated, and I am not able to locate an owner for them, and that's through like a police database as well as social media, just investigations to try to determine who the owner is of them. And I could not find anybody, so they get put into a pile of unknown IDs, if you will.
Did these driver's licenses match real people?
Not that I could find.
And how did you confirm that?
But, as I had previously said, so I had searched in our police databases. We have access to some tools to try to determine the date or the birthday or the true identity of the individual that's represented on the identification. And I was not able to find anybody who would match that person.
Did the operatives have any pending criminal or traffic offenses at the time of the check?
No.
Did the operatives have any prior convictions for alcohol-related offenses?
No.
Were the operatives' IDs checked before they entered the Lab Bar and Bites?
Yes, they were.
Can you describe the appearance of operative number 1?
So operative 1 he's a white male. He has a birthday in July of 2003. He's about 5 feet 9 inches tall, 165 pounds. He has hazel eyes and short brown hair.
And can you describe the details contained on the ID or driver's license used by operative 1 that day?
So the fraudulent ID showed that it was a picture of a darker skinned male, possibly Middle Eastern descent. It said that he was 5 feet 6 inches tall, about 140 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes, with a birthday in August of 2001.
Can you describe the appearance of operative number 2?
Operative number 2 is a white male. He is 6 feet 4 inches tall. He is 250 pounds. He has light brown hair and blue eyes, and his date of birth is in November of 2003.
When the driver's licenses were checked at the entry, were the operatives asked any questions about those driver's licenses?
Operative 1, with the driver's license of the male with the darker skin, he was asked his middle name, and on the ID, it did not have a middle name listed.
Who posed that question to the operative?
That was the bouncer.
And how did the operative answer that question to the bouncer?
The operative answered it. He wrote in his statement that he answered that his middle name was his first name, but after looking at the ID, it was a little bit confusing. And so when asked his middle name, he gave the last name. He quickly caught himself, and then he answered correctly that I don't have a middle name.
Okay. Officer Rec, to clarify, can you describe to us the details contained on operative number 2's ID? I want to make sure we're clear.
Yep, operative ID is number 2. Let's see here. It was I'm trying to find it here in my notes that I have. The male in the ID was a white male. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and he was listed as, let me find that. Sorry about that. Let me find that information so I get it correct. It showed that the male had brown hair and brown eyes, and that he was 5 feet 10 inches tall.
Did the bouncer pose any questions to operative number 2?
He did not.
Do you believe that the driver licenses were checked thoroughly?
I do not.
Do you believe that the driver's license were checked diligently?
It doesn't sound like there was any comparison. There wasn't a book used for comparison, like an ID book. There wasn't a scanner used to check the ID.
Do you believe that there were discrepancies between the identifying information on the driver's licenses and the physical appearance of the operatives?
Yes, I do.
Were both operatives let into the lab bar and bites that day?
We were.
After they were let in, Officer Rec, what did the operatives do next?
They went up to the counter where they ordered Coors Light.
And for clarity's sake, what is Coors Light?
Coors Light is an alcoholic beverage.
Did the server ask to see either operative's ID?
Not according to their statement, no.
Did the operatives intend to pay for the Coors Light with their own money?
They had marked bills that we issued to them. that they intended to use to purchase the alcohol.
And were those marked bills actually used to purchase alcohol that day?
One of them was, yes.
And how do you know this?
We were able to get that bill back from, I believe it was the manager. When we asked to get the bill back, we described what it looked like, and he went and got it from the cash register.
Was a violation committed at the Lab Bar and Bites on May 9th, 2024?
Yes, it was.
And what violation was that specifically?
We had a couple. One, we charged an accessory to a crime for the bouncer, and then one of the servers, or the server who sold the alcohol, was served a ticket for sold, gave, procured alcohol. And then later in my investigation, I learned that a third employee had actually collected the money, and so he was also issued a ticket for sold, gave, procured alcohol to a minor.
And for the record, I move to strike that line of testimony. Officer Reck is not qualified to testify to the existence of a legal violation. There's no foundation being laid in terms of her legal knowledge and understanding of the law or the statute.
And Chair, I could have the witness lay additional foundation.
Yes, please do.
Officer Rick, you testified that you believe a violation occurred. Can you describe how you are qualified to reach that conclusion?
So I am post-certified police officer enforcing the laws, city ordinances, municipal ordinances, as well as state ordinances within the state of Colorado.
And how long have you specifically been engaged in liquor-related enforcement, or rather alcohol-related enforcement?
Well, throughout my career, periodically, I was a Pro Strip Mall officer for 8 years, so it occurred then. But specifically for this position, I started this position in January.
And did you personally take any legal action based on what occurred at the lab that day?
Personally, can you clarify?
Yes. Did you write any tickets?
Yes, I did.
And what is your authority to do so?
As I said, I'm post-certified, so I'm allowed to issue tickets within the city of Boulder and refer them to the courts.
Chairperson, the city believes it has laid adequate foundation in response to council's objection about the ability to testify about whether a violation occurred, and we would request that this testimony not be stricken from the record.
Yes, I would not strike that from the record as well.
Officer Reck, did you speak with the specific employee who served the Coors Light?
Yes, I did.
And did you explain to that employee what had just transpired from your perspective?
Yes, I did.
Did this particular individual receive a ticket?
Yes, he did.
Did you happen to speak with a manager for the Lab Bar and Bites?
Yes.
And did you explain the violation that occurred to the manager?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Officer Reck. No further questions at this time.
All right, great. And Caitlin Roberto, remind me the proceedings at this point. She's allowed, are we allowed to question her and then she's cross-examined?
No, the cross-examination occurs first, and then any redirect examination. And then once both sides have concluded their questioning, you can certainly ask any relevant questions that you believe need answered. Actually, not only you, but you as the each member.
Great, thank you. All right, Ms. Vecchio.
Thank you. Officer Reck, is it fair to say that the IDs that were used could in fact have been valid IDs? And by valid, I mean tied to an actual person.
I was unable to locate a person that belonged to that, any, either of those IDs.
Did the IDs look real to you?
I would have to get the book out to compare them. I'm not an expert in ID verification, so I would have to get the book out to clarify if they look real or not.
So you've never been endorsed as an expert on identifying IDs in the state of Illinois?
No.
And you've never been endorsed as an expert in identifying IDs in the state of Iowa either? No. Okay. How many other Illinois fake IDs have you seen in your career?
I wouldn't, I'd have to get them out and count them.
So in your memory, have you been able to ever identify for sure an Illinois fake ID within your possession?
In my career, I have the ability to clear that ID through dispatch to determine if the ID is real or not. Those are the tools that I'm given in my career.
And when you say you've testified that you run the IDs through a database, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have any personal knowledge of how that database actually works, do you?
That's not something we learned in the academy, no.
So you cannot testify with certainty as to the accuracy of the information you receive from the database, correct?
There was no information in the database because the ID wasn't real.
My question is, you cannot testify to the accuracy of how that database works, correct?
Correct. I'm not an expert in that database, no.
And you stated that these IDs were kept in a vault of confiscated IDs, is that right?
I didn't say the word vaults. They're just kept in an area. I have a locked drawer in my office that I keep IDs that are what I consider unknowns, that I cannot identify an owner for the ID.
So you do not actually know where the IDs came from, is that right?
They were seized from one of the liquor license establishments within the city of Boulder.
But you don't know specifically where the ID came from originally to the Boulder Police Department.
I would have to look on the back of it when typically when establishments submit their fake IDs, they would write on the back of the ID where it came from. I would have to look at the back of the ID to confirm if we have that information or not.
So based on the fact that this ID was confiscated, you don't actually know how the ID was made, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot present to the board any kind of chain of custody from the creation of the ID, where it went and how it came to into your possession, isn't that right?
Correct.
So you cannot testify here today that with 100% certainty that these IDs were in reality fake, can you?
I can, because I cleared the ID through the database by using the name of the person on the ID, including their date of birth, in that state that was alleged to have issued it, as well as there's an operator license number that is I clear as well. So you can clear it a couple different ways through the system, and it came up as no record.
You've testified previously, though, that you have no personal knowledge of how that database works. So the reality is you cannot testify to the actual origination of the IDs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever tried to scan the back of either of the IDs?
I have not. I don't have a scanner.
So you don't know actually what would happen if you scanned the ID and in search of a connection between the ID and a valid person?
Correct.
You testified that the IDs were clearly not belonging to the operatives in question within your affidavit, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's your personal opinion, correct?
Correct.
And you've previously testified that you've never been qualified as an expert in identifying fake IDs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that if you met someone on the street, you personally wouldn't be able to identify the difference between a 5'6" man and a 5'9" man standing in front of you?
I wouldn't know. I don't know how if people are good at gauging people's height.
And wouldn't you agree it's unreasonable to expect somebody to be able to tell the difference between a 5'6" man and a 5'9" man standing in front of them?
I can't answer that question again. I think I would be able to do that, but I don't know about a person on the street if I would be able to know that or not.
You testified that operative one provided the last name on an ID when he was asked for his middle name, correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't you agree that the name provided was an accurate name reflected on the ID?
It wasn't a middle name on the ID.
And wouldn't you agree? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Asked specifically for the middle name.
And wouldn't you agree that on occasion young men go by their last name, especially among friends?
I don't know.
Wouldn't you agree it's unreasonable to hold Mr. Bouchard accountable when operative one provided a name on the ID that his date of birth actually reflected on the ID that he was over 21, and his height on the ID was only inches different from the ID illustrated on the ID, or from the height illustrated on the ID?
Can you repeat your question?
I said, wouldn't you agree that it's unreasonable to hold Mr. Bouchard, who was the bouncer, accountable for allowing operative number one into the Waffle Lab when the operative provided a name on the ID had a date of birth reflecting he was over 21, and his height was only inches different from the height reflected on the ID?
I would say it would be a totality of all of those things, including the photo on the ID, that I would think you would want to take into consideration as a bouncer allowing people to come into an establishment.
And in fact, the operative was only 2 years younger from the date of birth reflected on the ID.
Sure.
Correct? Okay, you agree with that?
That the operative was 2 years younger than the person on the ID?
That's what is stated on your affidavit, is that correct? As far as operative number two, it appears the only factor that concerned you was the height difference between the ID and the operative 5'10" versus 6'3". Is that correct?
That and the eye color is different.
Wouldn't you agree that it's unreasonable to expect well-trained employees to be able to also make calls about height difference when accepting an ID and evaluating an age-appropriate identification?
I would think that a highly trained employee would take the totality of the ID into consideration with who's in front of them.
You testified earlier that you're in fact not an expert on evaluating whether an ID is valid or fake, correct?
Correct.
So wouldn't you agree that based upon your inability to testify with certainty to the origin of these IDs, that the IDs could in fact be valid?
I testified that I had cleared those IDs through the database, and those IDs are not valid.
You've also testified that the database is not something that you fully understand, nor have direct personal knowledge about how it's been created, correct?
Correct.
So in fact, you cannot sit here today and testify with certainty that those IDs were in fact fake, correct?
No, I can. I've been trained on how to clear those IDs in those database, but how the database actually retrieves all that information, I don't have that training. But I have been trained through my post certification as well as my training here at Police Department on how to clear IDs in the police data system.
Have you contacted the state of Illinois directly to personally check into the validity of the ID yourself?
That has been done through what we call NCIC, which is a National Crime Information Center. And so that is where it was checked. So that would be how I would reach out.
And that's the database that you've been referencing.
Correct. NCIC.
Okay. Aside from using a database that you don't fully understand, did you personally contact the state of Illinois to determine whether or not the ID was in fact fake or valid?
As I had said earlier, I utilized their database system through NCIC to confirm the validity of the ID, which the ID came back as having no record within that state.
Okay, I'm just asking you to answer the question. Outside of the use of the database, have you personally done anything further to contact the state of Illinois to determine if the ID itself was fake or valid?
No.
Okay. Same question for the state of Illinois. Outside of the use of this database, have you personally contacted the state of Illinois to determine if the ID was in fact fake?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
If I may redirect, I believe that is where we're at procedurally.
Absolutely.
Officer Rick, your testimony during cross referenced an identification book. Can you explain what you were referring to when you said identification book?
Yes, the state issues what they call an ID book, which is and a liquor establishment can obtain a copy of one of those where if they are in question about an ID's validity, they can open up the book to the state that the ID was issued out of and do a comparison. It gives them some tips on what to compare to determine if it's a valid ID.
Did the Lab Bar and Bites have such a book in their possession on May 9th, 2024?
Objection. There's no foundation for her to testify as to what was or was not in possession of the Lab Bar and Bites at the
Overruled.
time.
The operative did not mention that a book was used to check their ID.
Officer Rick, you testified that you clear these seized IDs, driver's licenses through a database. Is that correct?
No.
Have you ever cleared a seized ID or driver's license that did come back to a real person?
So there's a couple different ways. Sometimes if we get a seized ID and it'll have what we call an operator license number on it. If I clear, so for example, in Illinois ID, and I clear the operator license number that is on a fake ID, it may come back to an actual person, just not the person on the ID.
So is it accurate to say that you have cleared IDs with NCIC and they have been associated with a real person in some fashion?
Yes.
Are those IDs used for sting operations?
No.
Are you certain that the physical appearance of the operatives did not match the IDs they tendered to the lab that day?
I'm certain.
Thank you. No further questions for redirect.
All right, great. And Roberto, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we have this opportunity to ask a few questions. Great. Are there any questions from the board for Officer Reg? I just have one quick one. The database that you're using that you've run the IDs through, I don't know how to put this. I don't want to say industry standard, but it's a trusted database by the City of Boulder Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And is that database being used, due to your knowledge, in any other municipalities? Is it a state system?
It is run by the state of Colorado, and then the NCIC portion of that. So CCIC stands for Colorado Crime Information Center. So that's Colorado specific, whereas NCIC is a national database. So that allows us to run the IDs out of all the states.
And assuming that it's a national database that is used nationally.
Correct.
And these are trusted databases used by multiple law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. That's all I had. Any other questions from any of the other board members?
Oh yeah, this is Member Absalom here. Hi, Officer Reck. I just wanted to ask you a question. Earlier, you testified that, compliance checks are run just because that's what the City of Boulder does, right? And then there was also an affidavit incident on the 23rd. Was that mentioned? I didn't remember hearing that in your testimony earlier. Was that any sort of reason behind going back to the lab?
So the reason that I went back to the lab is because of all the complaints that I had received.
Okay. Yeah, I remember you testifying along. Sorry about that. So yeah, so there was an incident specifically mentioned in the affidavit on the 23rd where officers went into the establishment and there were people running out shoulder to shoulder coming out of the establishment. So did that make some concern for you to maybe go back and do a compliance check based on that incident?
Yes, that was one of them.
Cool. I was just trying to cover that. And then one other question I had about just in terms of, and I guess what I'm wondering about is this sort of who is like a professional in understanding fake IDs in our enforcement community? Is there someone?
I would say maybe it would be the professionals that teach those fake ID classes.
Right.
That is a goal of mine, but I am not there yet.
Okay, just as someone who has worked around those people who do train those courses, I'm just wondering why we don't have more people who understand a little bit more about that, because that's concerning to me just to hear, like, we see these fake IDs all the time, and I've been to a course and I've seen a book of them, and I'm trying to understand why we don't have someone who can understand what a fake ID is rather than going through the database. Just by looking at it and then understanding how a bouncer is supposed to understand that. Just that reasoning behind, if it's a fake ID that's that good that we don't have anyone that can understand it in our enforcement agencies, even us who have gone through training in that can maybe not always understand it. So I'm just trying to figure out why we don't have someone who can understand what a fake ID looks like in our community.
Well, I mean, I believe that we do. I've received over 1,200 fake IDs from liquor license establishments so far this year. And quite a I don't have the exact number in front of me, but quite a bit more than that. I think it was around 1,600 last year. So there are people, and I am getting them from liquor license establishments, these fake IDs that are being seized, that are being turned in. So there are people who have taken the training. Again, that's something that is a goal of mine, is to learn more about those and to be better educated so that I can also give that information and share that information with licensed establishments within the city.
Thank you.
This is Member Haggerty. I have a quick question. How did you determine which IDs to give the operatives?
I just took a look through the box that I have of the unknowns, and we tried to, I tried to take some IDs that had some specific differences, such as the height, the weight on one of them, the eye color. The eye colors were completely different, so we went ahead and used those just because there was the totality of it. The skin color on one was like I said, darker skin toned compared to my operative. And again, it was kind of the totality of the identifications or the identity, the descriptors on the fake IDs compared to the operatives who would be using them. Did that answer your question? It's kind of long-winded, sorry.
Yeah, no, it did. Thank you.
Officer Reck, in your experience, if we were to look at these IDs, using one of those, if you were to look at these IDs using one of those books, were there defining features on them that could share that they were potentially fraudulent?
I believe they were, but I don't have that book or the IDs in front of me and I didn't document anywhere. Yeah.
Do you recall whether those forms of ID were expired?
They were both current.
They're both current. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board for Officer Rec? Not seeing any. All right, well, thank you very much, Officer Rec. And I believe this is Ms. Vecchio's turn to proceed now.
And at this time, I don't have any evidence or testimony to present in terms of whether or not there was a violation. I have oral argument essentially on the law to present when the board is ready to hear.
Yes, please present.
You'd like me to proceed? Okay. Thank you. The city has failed to meet its burden of proof.
1 second,
and
Ms. Vecchio, apologies. Roberto, did you have something?
I do, because the city has the burden, they get to go first. And if they choose to reserve any time, I believe you're going to give each side 15 minutes to make the argument. But the city gets to go first. And if she wants to reserve time, we can certainly do that. And then the defense can go and use the entirety of their time. But do we have, Caitlin, do we have the timekeeper function?
I can certainly put a timer up and it would be 15 minutes, right?
Correct, unless the prosecution is requesting to reserve some time.
And the city would be requesting to reserve 5 minutes.
Does the 5 minutes happen first?
No,
Okay. So we have 20 minutes.
no, she gets 10 minutes first, and then the defense gets 15 minutes, then the prosecution gets 5.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And the city too is prepared for oral argument whenever the authority is ready to hear it.
Great, let's just see about that timer.
Okay, hopefully you can see 10 minutes here. Is that correct?
I can see it.
Perfect.
All right, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Members of the authority, the city has proven a violation occurred on May 9th, 2024, when 2 underage operatives were served alcohol at the Lab Bar and Bites in violation of state law. You will hear from council most likely about how the city cannot proceed with this action because of statutory language. The city does not agree with council's reading of the statute in question, Colorado Revised Statute 44-3-901, looking at subsection 6AI. The relevant language says, if a person who, in fact, is not 21 years of age exhibits a fraudulent proof of age, any action relying on such fraudulent proof of age shall not constitute grounds for the revocation or suspension of any license issued under this Article 3 or Article 4 of this Title 44. That statute notably does not define what constitutes fraudulent proof of age. Council will most likely rely on the bare language of 44-3-901, but council is likely not going to acknowledge that that statute has an associated case law that clarifies when fraudulent proof of age can be raised as an issue for defense. The Colorado Court of Appeals clarified what constitutes fraudulent proof of age and currently valid identification in a 2008 case called Lay versus Colorado Department of Revenue. The Lay court ruled that it is reasonable to conclude that currently valid identification means facially valid, not expired, and valid as to form. The Lay court held that it would be illogical and absurd to construe the phrase fraudulent proof of age to include all documents, regardless of their source, nature, or obvious invalidity. We are here today because of obvious invalidity. The authority heard testimony from Officer Recht that the IDs that were tendered simply did not match the physical appearance of the operatives in question. In the totality, they had enough discrepancies where the city's position is they should not have been accepted by a reasonable person doing their due diligence. Because the Lay court ruled in 2008 that it's illogical and absurd to construe that phrase fraudulent proof of age to include all documents, regardless of obvious invalidity, the city's position is that the sting operation that occurred on May 9th, 2024 at the Lab Bar and Bites, where individuals were given IDs that were not associated in the NCIC database with a real person, was a permissible act. It is permissible under the Lay decision for the city to have taken this step and conducted the sting in this manner. You heard that when Operative 1 was asked by the bouncer what his middle name was, he answered incorrectly with the let was still let in, even after correcting himself. This operative's fraudulent ID showed him being of Middle Eastern descent, while the operative is white. Similarly, Operative 2 had an ID that identified him as 5 foot 10 inches, whereas he is really 6 foot 3 inches tall. These are significant differences in appearance that make these IDs obviously invalid and therefore permissible enforcement mechanisms under state law. Council may argue that she believes that the Lay decision is wrong and that this authority should allow a plain language defense based on the words of 44-3-901. As of today, the Lay case has not been overturned. It is still considered good law in the state of Colorado. The Lab Bar and Bites will probably want to say that what happened on May 9th, 2024 is unfair because the operatives didn't use their own IDs. But that argument is not grounded in the law and should not be accepted by the authority. The fact of the matter is that underage individuals were served alcohol on May 9th, 2024, and the licensee should be held accountable for violating the terms of its liquor license. The City of Boulder Police Department Officer Recht were in compliance with state law when they conducted the sting the way they did, and it does not negate the fact that a violation occurred that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you for that. At this time, and Roberto, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is Ms. Vecchio's 15 minutes.
That is correct. And if we can have a timer of 15.
All right, Ms. Vecchio, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. It is the Waffle Lab's position that the city is prohibited from pursuing a liquor license violation and attempting to revoke or suspend a liquor license when a minor exhibits a fraudulent proof of age. The statutory language is clear and directly on point. Pursuant to 44-3-901 6A1, it states, it is unlawful for any person to sell at retail pursuant to Article 3 or Article 4 of this Article 40 or of this Title 44 to sell an alcohol beverage to any person under the age of 21 years, to a habitual drunkard or a visibly intoxicated person. If a person who, in fact, is not 21 years of age exhibits a fraudulent proof of age, any action relying on such fraudulent proof of age shall not constitute grounds for the revocation or suspension of any license issued under this Article 3 or Article 4 of this Title 44. Now, you heard testimony today from the city and you saw an affidavit that it used fraudulent proof of age in its compliance check at the Waffle Lab. Based upon this evidence alone, under the plain language of the statute, there can be no violation. The city has argued that, well, to back up, the city may say, okay, well, perhaps under the language of this statute, we can pursue a fine and not revocation or suspension. And there are two problems with this argument. Number one, any fine would be available only in lieu of suspension, which would assume suspension is available. And number two, issuing a fine does not reflect the spirit or intent of this black letter law. The drafters clearly felt that there was something inherently unfair and inappropriate about sanctioning a licensee based upon a sting operation that used a fake ID. This is not to say that licensees shouldn't be trained and prepared on how to prevent minors from using fake IDs, but it is to say that licensees should not be dragged before the board on a show cause hearing as a result of this. Furthermore, the state Liquor Enforcement Division has long advised the police department that it's inappropriate to operate a gotcha sting operation using fake IDs, like the one that happened in this case. It's simply not the good use of the police department's time to send operatives around to trick employees of neighborhood and community restaurants into accidentally serving underage undercover operatives based upon a planned fake ID compliance check. The model guidelines, which I have submitted and is in this in the packet, page 93, states that it was developed to assist local law enforcement with their compliance program. And if you go to page 95 of your packet, you'll see that the guidelines specifically state that the underage purchaser shall carry and use his or her own valid identification or carry no identification. And this is not what happened here. Further, the law enforcement agency must, and it's stated directly, must ascertain and verify prior to the operation that the underage purchaser has no other age-related identification on his or her possession. And page 96 states that they must present a valid ID on request and may not lie about his or her actual age. And this method and this guidance that is presented to the city from the state is accessible still online today on the Liquor Enforcement Division website. Now, the city has mentioned the Min case, and I submit to the board that the Min case specifically helps and assists us understand the definition of fraudulent proof of age. I'm not saying it's not good law. I understand it's a case out of the Colorado Court of Appeals. What I am saying is that crucially, the Min case allows the city to pursue violations in this manner only if the city can prove with credible and reliable evidence that the operative used invalid IDs that are truly fake and not tied to a real person. And if you want to take a look at the case, I believe that Mr. Ramirez provided the case to the board. Paragraphs 9 and 10 explain the definition of what constitutes a valid ID. And essentially, if the IDs that were presented were valid as to form and on the list of adequate IDs, there can be no violation. Looking specifically at paragraph 10, it states, under section D, which explains fraudulent proof of age, thus the regulation places licensees on notice that if they sell alcohol to a minor after checking identification, that is 1, on the list of adequate identification, and 2, facially valid as to form and expiration date, the department may not use the sale as a ground for revocation or suspension of a liquor license, even if the identification is false as to the identity or age of the presenter. This afternoon, the city presented testimony and an affidavit that its operatives presented fraudulent proof of age. And they want to argue that this type of compliance check based upon the use of fake IDs is legal based upon the Min case. And even if the city applies the law in the Min case, the city has still failed to meet its burden of proof. The city has failed to present credible evidence that it used an invalid ID. The only evidence that we have presented today is self-serving testimony from Officer Leck, and her testimony alone is simply not enough. She has testified she is not an expert and has never been accredited or had any kind of foundation as an expert in identifying fake IDs. She testified that the IDs looked real to her. She wants the city to just take her word for it. However, she never ran any kind of independent investigation on whether or not these IDs were actually tied to a real or valid person out of the state of Illinois and the state of Iowa. She relied purely on a database that she has no personal or direct knowledge of, whether or not the database is 100% accurate. Furthermore, we have received no evidence beyond the testimony of Officer Rack of what the fake ID actually looks like. We have no pictures, nor do we have any photographs of what the operatives actually look like. These gotcha compliance checks are simply not in line with the state's recommendation on valid compliance checks. In short, under the statute, the city should absolutely not be using fake IDs to trick licensees into violations. And I submit to the board that the compliance check in this case was conducted in an unreasonable manner. You've heard testimony that the operatives were not noticeably physically different from the men described on the IDs, and there's no evidence that has been presented that they were. It is unreasonable to expect the Waffle Lab employees to catch a difference between a 5'6" man and a 5'9" male in operative number 1. And operative number 1 accurately provided a name tied to the specific ID in question. Operative number 2 had a slight height deviation, and requiring a person to visually be able to tell a difference in this variation is also unreasonable when in the moment he is trained to look at the date of birth, which reflected he was over the age of 21. In short, the city is simply asking you to take their word for it that based upon a database, these IDs were in fact invalid. We have no testimony or affidavits from the city, from the state of Illinois or the state of Iowa regarding the actual validity or invalidity of these IDs. And under the Min case, it's the city's burden to produce and present that kind of evidence. So in short, we request that the board dismiss this show cause action against the Waffle Lab. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we could reset the timer for 5 minutes.
10:15.
I'm sorry, Roberto, what was that?
The city still has 10 minutes and 15 seconds of their allotted 15.
Gotcha.
Thank you. 10 minutes and 15 seconds.
Correct.
There you go.
Thank you. Is it unreasonable to believe that an employee who inspects driver's licenses and IDs for a living to realize when someone is using an ID that clearly doesn't belong to them? The city thinks not. It is permissible to go about the sting operation in the way that Officer Reck did under state law. The statute is not as clear as counsel indicates, because if the statute was as clear as that, then there would be no case law. But there is case law. And Lay says that when it is obviously invalid, that is an acceptable method of determining whether or not we are dealing with fraudulent proof of identification. The city's position is that it was obviously invalid. The authority heard Officer Reck testify about the racial ethnicity differences of one of the operatives, the height differences, the eye color. In the totality, there were enough differences between what was listed on these IDs and how the operatives looked that it could have been caught by the bouncer. And it is not an unreasonable ask to ask someone who does this for a living to do their job and do it properly. And so the city asks that this authority does not dismiss the show cause, that the authority finds that a violation occurred. Because in fact, underage operatives were served at Coors Light on May 9th, 2024 at the Lab Bar and Bites. And the city believes that based on Officer Rex's testimony and this legal argument being presented now and previously, that we have met our burden by a preponderance of the evidence today. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. At this time, and again, anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we close for deliberation and discussion.
You do, I do want to put one thing on the record. The licensee mentioned that I may have provided some documents to the authority, and I did provide 3 documents. I provided the statute itself, the case that was discussed, and the regulation dealing with the accepting of IDs. So you should have that.
Thank you. So we are closed for deliberation. Yeah, let's have a conversation.
All right, so I think the first kind of question we have to ask ourselves is, did the lab sell alcohol to a minor after checking ID that was on the list of adequate identification, or do we consider this adequate identification? I think that's one of the first questions we have to ask ourselves. It feels like to me that a bouncer should be able to identify someone using the tools at their disposal, which would be inclusive of a book, a scanner, something of that nature. If there is any, form of discrepancy, like, hey, is this person a little taller? Maybe does their skin tone not match or something of that nature? That should, in my opinion, due care would be to escalate to a manager to perform all those other checks. And so I think that the identification that was used was fraudulent, and there were plenty of signs that it was fraudulent.
I would agree with that in that they argued that form is one of the things that needs to be verified, and there were clearly some indicators here that were not what was presented in front of them and what was on the ID. It seems that what happened was just the date of birth was looked at. I don't know if the photo was looked at, and I can't say. However, they didn't appear, the photos and the form descriptions did not match with the operatives, is what I got from the testimony from Officer Rep.
This is Member Absalom, and I would just be careful around how we use definitions around race and how we look at people's height and eye color. And I understand, because I know this personally from looking at IDs most of my career, that it can be a little bit obvious in certain cases, but very not obvious in other cases. So as I look at this case law, I'm finding myself in between what's happening, what the argument that you're making right now versus the argument that Ms. Vecchio is also making, in the sense that we have to kind of give the people who are watching those doors and checking those IDs a slight benefit of the doubt. There should be a book. There should be things that are checked. But there are things, and I would be careful around race specifically when you're talking about how we manage how people look. Specifically that. And that being said, I do have my feeling around this, and based on the case law, is that yes, the law was broken, alcohol was served to underage people. I do not have a feeling that the person at the door was at fault here. That's how I feel currently, based on the law and the testimony here today. And that's Member Absalom.
Oh, but the person at the door isn't the whole story. That was just one, right? Because they were still then inside the establishment and served
But
alcohol.
but once you get in the door, Leah, you're that's kind of the first. That's like
So
once
this
you
is 21 and up.
right. So they get a bracelet, I believe, if you look at the affidavit. So they get a bracelet, and that means that the people in charge of checking if you're old enough to drink are those people at the door. So once you're at that point, I know we had a case last month around this that had the two people checking. I think in this establishment, it's specific to like if you have the wristband. And there's no question that the person who let this underage person into the establishment and said they're okay to drink is at fault. I'm not saying that that's not the case. What I'm saying is that when we look at this at the totality of understanding being around IDs that are in possession of another, which is a huge thing, being in possession of someone else's other person's ID, and these amazing fake IDs that exist these days, I think we have to think about that as a totality. That's what I was getting at. You're right, Leah. I'm not saying that there's not other people at fault here. I said they broke the law. I'm just saying, do we as an authority have the ability to sanction them under the case law that's presented to me? And I'm saying that I personally do not believe that we do. Because it says in the case law that the type of identification that was used in this compliance check is it literally falls under the I can't read the statute because I'm not an attorney, but it falls under something that is literally you're using someone else's identification card. Although they were fake IDs, but in my experience, in possession of another is a huge way that people use IDs to get into bars. And to put the burden of proof not onto either, not to the city of Boulder, but onto the bar, to the bouncer to say, hey, what race are you? What height are you? What's your eye color? Those are things we have to do, and they have to have books. And I respect all that. But I understand also that to put that burden on that person can sometimes be a little bit much, especially when the government is a part of this. And that's my feeling on it.
It's interesting. Now, there are technologies out there that could have prevented this. And so I wonder why, if an why doesn't this establishment have that? Or are they going to get it?
I mean, Officer Rex said herself she doesn't even have a ID checking
Yeah,
machine.
but Officer Rec can't be everywhere. I don't believe that Officer Rec needs to be the one who
No, I agree with you.
can look. It needs to be the establishments. It needs to be the people, if they're responsible enough to have an liquor license, then they are taking ownership and responsibility for whose hands alcohol ends up in, not Officer Rec using a database.
I would back Member Roberts in that, and just based on the location of this establishment and the demographic of the surrounding neighborhood.
I just don't know that we're really talking about the demographic of the neighborhood at this point. We're just discussing how someone checks an ID at this point. And to me, to have a government official show up at an establishment with someone in possession of another or a fake ID, it goes against the basic case law that I've been reading the last 2 days. And that's how I feel about it. And that's just why I wanted to present my personal opinion to this board. And that's how I feel about it.
And to further my point, what I was referring to with Member Roberts' comment was you would think that an establishment is in the location that it is with the demographic would have better means for checking IDs.
I agree with you wholly. I'm not saying there should be books and there should be more things going on there, but just in this case, in terms of a preponderance of evidence, that's where I'm having a problem around that. But I understand in terms of what we're talking about and security and safety in this community around responsible alcohol service. And I've been around responsible alcohol service in Boulder for 15 years. I care about it. But I can't look at the preponderance evidence in this case and say, hey, it's okay for the government or the BPD to go in and do something like this. It's just based on the law. I just don't see it for me.
Are there any other comments from any of the other board members?
A quick point of clarification, is it, we're looking at the suspension, of
No, we're
the,
determining if a violation actually occurred.
but, and then if that's the case, then that it would lead to a suspension, but if one did not occur, it could, a fine or anything could still be levied out?
No, the case would be dismissed.
Or be dismissed in its entirety, okay. I have a quick question on going back to, just the chain of events here. So there was a a sting, the operatives were there earlier in the spring, and then the establishment turned those, were able to deny those IDs, and then was revisited due to just community complaints that were filed. And just from other officers that saw that there was need for attention.
Well, so in the first compliance check, they used the classic vertical IDs that said they were underage.
Right.
And then if you look to the affidavit, there was a disturbance on the 26th, I believe, of April, where officers walked in and they watched people running out when they saw the cops, right? So then they run this next compliance check. The city of Boulder runs a check that says, we're going to use a different form here, where they have people held of other IDs that are not theirs, which is very, to me, something I've never even seen happen in our city. So that's what's unique to me.
Yeah.
And with the people running out, I would say that that is a bit speculative. We don't have reasonings. So
As in the affidavit, they're shoulder to shoulder. The police officer can't walk into the building. So
yeah,
I understand, but
I guess I would like to know, because we're getting a lot of compliance checks and we're getting quite a few show causes. So why is this like, this can't be the only place where this form was used. And so why I just wonder, like, why aren't other people failing with this same method?
there's no evidence to prove that this was used in any other compliance check ever. So we have no idea.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, right.
Right. So we can't say that, other people had failed or passed it, because we have no idea if this variety of ID usage was used in any other compliance check in the history of compliance checks. And
we can't speculate on that.
Mm-hmm.
What I, the way I think through it though is that there are other restaurants, bars in the area that do use scanners and other forms of double verification, and that wasn't used in this situation, which would have completely, eliminated the should have eliminated the issue. As Officer Rec testified, when she put it through the state and federal databases, it came back as invalid. And there should be that's some level of that there's some level of verification there to say, hey, this is not a real ID.
But the question isn't whether or not people are required to have a machine to check ID.
Sure.
That's how it was, the compliance check was operated. And that's what we're talking about at this point. So you and I both are in big favor of having machines on every. So I think the question, to me, the question is how this went down. And looking at all the case law around it, I think that's what we really need to discuss as you look at the law. And I think both the city and the defense have great arguments around this, because the second law that the city was talking about does ask the person checking the ID to use their mind, right? Use common sense. Where the initial law we're talking about just talks about not using anything fraudulent in any way. But then when we talk about in the appellate court, I believe it was, they say like, hey, we want to ask those people to use common sense around it. So that's a question for us to talk about. But like I said, I'm pretty clear on my stance. I just don't think that that's the way the government should be running compliance checks.
Yeah, and so kind of going back to case law, I'm glad you brought that up. Just based on what I'm reading in here, that the affirmative defense would require that the minor present the false identification, and the licensee would possess an identification book. And it doesn't seem like that existed, so that's kind of one of the things that I'm concerned about here.
Sorry, Member Carr, can you I didn't quite follow that. Well, you're concerned that,
Well, there's, and maybe, it's my lay reading of this, but talking about affirmative defenses, right? Saying that it's like regulation 47-912B. It says that it's an affirmative defense if a minor presents false identification that's listed in another regulation, and the licensee possessed an identification book that contained a sample of the kind of identification. But in reading of the affidavit, it didn't appear that that book was used to
By the
validate that identification.
and you're talking about it wasn't used by the establishment.
Correct. And to me, it seems like both of those things must be true for this to be an affirmative defense.
I would agree with that.
Roberto?
Yeah, Ms. Vecchio is raising her hand. You cannot disturb deliberations. You cannot disturb deliberations by your speech or shaking your head back and forth when they're trying to make points. You cannot nod your head up and down or shake your head left and right.
All right, so with this discussion and all the points we've made, does anybody have any motion?
Before we even maybe get into motions, I just want to like gut check. Does anyone else on the authority here read that differently on page 3, at the bottom of page 3 into 4? I want to make sure that that I'm reading that accurately.
I think you are.
I think you are as well. And like I said, I think, the initial laws that I was reading around, it says the regulation places licensing on notice they should sell alcohol to a minor after checking if identification that is on the list of adequate identification, facially valid as a form of expiration date, which they were not expired IDs, right? You may not use the sale on the ground for revocation or suspension of a liquor license. So I understand there was a law that was passed around that. So I think there is a little bit of legal kind of gray area around, and the book and the reason, or I think what I was writing down here, like an obvious note of race, eye color, or height is listed in there, maybe. So that was kind of how the law was changed a little bit. But I guess my only argument against that is that those are hard things to say, especially in our current culture around those type of things. So we have to follow law. I agree with Member Carr that there was no book involved, which is literally written into that law. And I guess the question is, was there an obvious thing between the IDs presented and the people presenting them? That's what that law reads to me like.
All right, so going back, we've had some discussion. Does anybody have a suggested motion?
This is Member Absalom. I move to find by a preponderance of evidence that the Lab Bar and Bites sold alcohol to a minor who presented identification that is on the list of adequate identifications, and that the ID is valid as a form of expiration date, and therefore we should now consider to not include any suspension or revocation of a license. To not.
Member Carr will second that motion.
All right, we have a first and a second. Now we vote. All in favor, say aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member
Carr,
Haggerty.
aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Califano, nay.
Member Roberts, nay.
All right, so the motion passes.
Okay, so now we have to find a sanction that does not include suspension or revocation.
I believe they already handled that with the person who served alcohol to the person, so I think that's already done, right?
I believe so, yes.
Only that person is sanctioned? I'm confused.
It was my understanding that we could find sanctions against the licensee. Is that incorrect, Roberta?
That is not incorrect, the way that you posed it. So the question is whether the licensee should be held responsible in a manner that does not contain losing the license or a suspension.
I believe that my motion was that they do not need to face sanction or revocation.
Were your words sanction or revocation, or was it suspension or revocation?
Suspension or revocation.
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was suspension or revocation.
Yes, I
Right.
did not say the word sanction. I apologize. I said suspension.
Right. So now the question is, how do you address the issue with the licensee, not with any specific person? And at this point, you can certainly now consider matters in mitigation and aggravation. So if either side has issues they want to present, now would be that time.
All right, Roberto, it's okay if I call on Ms. Vecchio? Ms. Vecchio?
Yes, thank you. I have evidence to present in terms of mitigation. And I have my client here, Miss Ashley Bott, to testify.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
One of the issues that you might want to address, and I think Caitlin brought this up, there was a portion of mitigation that was provided before the deadline. Some things that were provided subsequent to the deadline. The reason that the deadlines exist is so that you can review them ahead of time. But you need to, as the authority, decide whether or not you're going to consider any of the matters that were submitted after the deadline.
And may I
Sure,
address?
of course.
So it appears, and Caitlin can confirm, that there was, I submitted everything, but a glitch in terms of what was actually included in the agenda. The only new item is a certificate for Mr. Bouchara. That one was late, but everything else was submitted in a link that I provided to Caitlin. And when reviewing the packet, there was an accidental omission of 2 items, which I provided to Caitlin again, subsequently following the deadline. So I don't know if Caitlin wants to address that or not.
I can just tell you how we put the packet together. So, licensees are able to send mitigating factors by the deadline, and then the city licensing doesn't have we don't decide whether or not those whatever they send is formatted correctly or anything like that. Like, we just provide you all what they send. Like, we don't make any judgments on those. So I just provided whatever Ms. Vecchio sent, and it's possible that there was like a glitch or something in transferring, because obviously you've seen your packet, it's almost 400 pages, so perhaps there was like a glitch in the PDFs. I don't know, but this is what I can tell you is that exhibit number 3, which was sent to you today, that one was in the original documents that Ms. Vecchio provided before the deadline, and then exhibit number 1, I believe, was training documents, and the difference between those 2 documents was some signatures, I believe. And then exhibit number 2 was the one that was that feels accurate. It was the one that was provided after the deadline. So that's just how we put the packet together.
How does the board feel about including those?
I think it's reasonable. We can include them. I think we've had a lot of issues with our packet and everything today.
Yep, fine by me.
Great. I think they should be included. Ms. Vecchio, please continue.
Thank you. Ashley, if you could just, for the record again, state your name and spell your last name.
Ashley Bott, last name is Bott.
And what is your age and home address?
36, 1112 English Oak Court, Loveland, Colorado, 80538.
And if you could present a brief background of your education and experience in the restaurant industry.
Yeah, so education-wise, high school graduate, went to college for 4 years. I've owned both the restaurant on the hill and also 2 other restaurants and a food truck up in Fort Collins for the past 4 years, along with my business partners, Brad and Rachel Ramaya. Brad has over 25 years of experience in the hospitality industry, from working and managing in bars, restaurants, hotels, to country clubs. Just so that's as an ownership kind of panel. That's our background.
And what are your responsibilities as one of the owners of the Waffle
Lab? Really everything, from day-to-day operations, hiring, ordering, scheduling, overseeing, managing.
And how many employees do you have currently at the Waffle Lab?
In our Boulder location, we have 21 employees.
And of those 21, how many are full-time versus part-time?
Most of them are part-time, so about 20 are part-time and 1 is full-time.
And what are your current, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. Before this violation happened, what were your training policies for new hires?
So before the violation, we used alcohol training through Tom Regan, was the person that we were using to train all of our employees. We did have all employees trained regardless of if they were trained by previous companies, because we felt it was better for them to be trained through someone that we wanted them to be trained by, which at the time was Tom Regan. At this time, we've changed that all to Patrick Maroney. which is what we did our retraining through after the May 9th sting. Ongoing training at that time were things like that we still do. We have a weekly meeting with our managers, pre-shift meetings with each employee that, as they come in to just kind of go over things again, the policies to make sure that they're top of mind in their shift, that they're not, distracted by what happened with their significant other before they came in or any of the other things, and make sure that they're focused on what they're doing in their task at hand.
And when an employee is hired, when they're new, how soon after their hire date are they trained?
We require them to go through the alcohol service training before they serve alcohol. So we do allow them to come in and work in the sense that they can shadow an employee that is tip certified, or in this case, now Patrick Maroney's, I think he calls it ABT certified. But they are not allowed to serve alcohol until the time that they are trained, and we aim to have that done within a week of their start date.
And was that the case before the sting operation?
That was the case before the sting operation.
And that's the case now as well?
Right. Yes, sorry.
Since the alleged violation or since the sting operation, you stated you've had all employees trained again or retrained, is that right?
Yeah, so we actually brought Patrick Maroney in for a private training of our employees, including Brad and myself. And we did I don't know, it was maybe 3 hours or 4 hours, however long that course takes. But it was great because since it was our establishment and just our employees and ownership, we really got to kind of dig in a little bit deeper with Patrick than you would do maybe on a more public training.
And you were personally retrained as well as Brad Rumaya, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to, first of all, looking at these exhibits, want to clarify for the record, I want to make sure they're all admitted into evidence. And if not, I can go through all the business records line of questioning, but just from a procedural standpoint, it looked like under the rules, I needed to follow the civil rules of procedure, and I didn't want to bore the BLA with a bunch of background foundation questions on business records if that's not necessary.
For mitigating factors, I don't believe it will be.
Okay, so I'll proceed and with the understanding that all of the exhibits that are in the packet are admitted and included as evidence.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So Ashley, looking at what you have as Exhibit 1, this is the tenure of employees, and this is the document that just got circulated today to the BLA. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So it's actually the form that is submitted with the renewal for a liquor license. You had asked for tenure of employees, and that seemed like an appropriate form to present.
And substantively, is it accurate as to the dates of hire and the retraining of all employees?
Yes.
Okay. Then looking at what you have as Exhibit 2, and for the BLA, this is pages 137 to 146 of your packet. What are these documents?
Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. I didn't actually download the packet, so I'm trying to view it through the web, and it's just a little slow on my computer. Okay, so these are the certificates of completion for the alcohol beverage training through Patrick.
Okay, and are these all of the most recent certificates for each employee?
They are, including the one that was submitted for alum, which I think was submitted separately as Exhibit 1.
Thank you. And to the best of your knowledge and understanding, have all employees then been retrained through Project Maroney?
Yes.
And what types of internal policies and procedures does the Waffle Lab have regarding serving alcohol?
So I think our alcohol policy is in there. However, I mean, I do want to say that Brad and I are a small family owned business, and we do really take it seriously that we aren't providing alcohol to underage people. This is not something that, we want to do. Brad's two sons are going to go to college one day, and I assure you that he does not want them to be drinking underage in any establishment. So we take it really seriously. We talk about it with our employees every single week, if not every single day. I would say every single day is probably more accurate. We want to impress on them that this is a safe environment. We want people to come in and feel safe. I have even heard from our patrons that they enjoy being at our restaurant because they feel safe. They don't have complaints of, things like sexual harassment and things like that. And that's really the establishment that we try to run and the environment we try to have. So we take it really seriously. Policies are, of course, everybody has to be ID'd. We have changed some policies. Yes, the bouncers are still IDing every single person, but our bartenders are now also IDing every single person. We are still using wristbands, but we're not using them in the same way. We're using them more now to identify that this person has been ID'd twice at that point, and can drink alcohol in the establishment. And if somebody is in there, say for instance, it's 11:30 in the morning, we do allow people under 21 to come in and eat. And so it's a very good way for us to identify to make sure that nobody that's under 21 is drinking. At 9 p.m. it's 21 and up. There's no one that's going to be in there. But at that point, that's how we're using the wristbands.
And is this is a new policy since that sting operation on May 9th with the wristbands?
Yes, we were using the wristbands then, but we've changed it in that aspect of bouncers are IDing for initial admission. Bartenders are re-IDing everyone and putting the wristband on their wrist themselves. And it is being used as a way to make sure that, say a group of 10 people come in, they want to have lunch, 5 of them want to have a drink. They are over 21, they have a drink, and we're making sure that the other 5 aren't sipping out of straws next to their friend.
And you mentioned you have monthly, weekly, daily training. Can you explain that in terms of like refreshing your employees?
Yeah, so daily, I would say, in the beginning of a shift, the manager that's there is talking to the employees, just kind of refreshing, like, let's make sure, you're looking at not just the birth date, you're asking questions, you're feeling the ID, those kinds of things. We do have the scanner. We actually were advised by Patrick Maroney not to use the scanner. So that's a hard one to speak to on that part. Weekly, we have a meeting with our managers that are there to again, kind of go over the same policies, but then also have them, being aware, making sure that they're keeping an eye on everyone, making changes as needed on an immediate basis. And also even sending people home if they make a mistake and we're, for whatever reason, they had a bad grade, we're dealing with some people that are also in college. So we recognize that their headspace may not be in the exact same place. And we have asked employees to go home and to make sure that they're on point when they are working. So we have a lot of touch points with every single employee to make sure that, they're not just coming in and I don't know, checking the box, as you will.
And we were looking at exhibit 3, that's your exhibit 3, which is pages 104 to 136. You're having all employees review and sign your alcohol policy, correct?
Yes, everyone signs it. It's actually presented to them upon their new hire paperwork. So we do have an online HR portal where they have to, fill out their I-9 and W-4 and everything like that. This is also presented in there, and they do need to read and sign it to be able to actually complete their paperwork.
There's been some discussion about the ID book and the scanner. Can you speak to each of those pieces?
Yeah, so the scanner, we have the scanner. We've had it. We actually had it before this sting occurred. We were getting a lot of issues with the scanner. And then after this sting, we asked Patrick about it like pretty extensively, actually, because it is something that has come up. I think from Officer Rec or somewhere. But he has stated to us that it doesn't always work and doesn't always catch them. And he also stated to us that many fake IDs now scan without a problem. And so we have kind of adapted our way of using it. We are using it now. We're using it more as a secondary, way to help our employees. We also, this is my own opinion, but I do believe that it does kind of help as a deterrent. When you see the person at the front door checking IDs and they have the scanner, I think it does help to maybe weed out some of the people that are wanting to enter when they see that. So it is used, and it is at the front door now. And we do have the ID book as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is the Waffle Lab active in the Boulder community?
Yes. So we do a lot with the students of obviously of CU. We've done many fundraising events with different Greek organizations. We've just donated to the CU Boulder cheerleading team, which is fun. They have our logo on one of their shirts. We just did a fundraising event for St. Jude. We've done for MS, we've done quite a few for the Huntsman Cancer Institute, as well as we have joined RAR as another resource for us to kind of work with and partner with.
So looking at, it's page 171, your exhibit 5, this is a table of donations. If you could maybe speak to it and the receipts for the donations, which are kind of throughout the packet, pages 147 to 182, in terms of the donations that have been made to different community organizations in Boulder.
Yeah, so as maybe some know, most Greek organizations have philanthropies that they support, that they raise money for. And so we have partnered with many of them to basically do a give back of sales. So it's generally a specific time frame on a specific day, and we give back anywhere between 10 and 20% of our sales. It's just different based on each one of them. But over, I don't know the exact total that's here, but certainly over $2,000 worth of sales over the last, I don't know when we started doing this year, I would say 2 years maybe. And then the receipts are there. The Greek organizations do always give us the option to donate the money to them, and then they'll donate to their philanthropy. We have stated that our wishes to donate it directly to the philanthropy to ensure that that's where that money is going. I don't think that they're lying about where they're donating their money, but I do always want to make sure it's going to the actual organization. So did that answer?
Yes, thank you. What was your reaction when you received the notice to show cause, in terms of the seriousness of the allegations, and how did you handle that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we do take this super seriously. This is not something that we take lightly. We understand that we are located in a spot where predominantly our demographic is college students. I take it very seriously, and my employees know that we are very serious about it being a safe environment, that we do not have any tolerance for things like drugs being done in the establishment or drug dealing being done in the establishment, which is rampant on the Hill. And we have gotten one word that an employee may be part of something that sells drugs, and they have been terminated immediately. The three employees that were part of that were written summonses have not been fired. They have been retrained. We have talked to them extensively about what has happened, how it could have been different, and they themselves have talked quite a bit with their own peers that are employees about how to make things better going forward. And I know that they double check each other now, and they really have they really understand the severity of it. And I do think that the group training, the private group training with Patrick Maroney was a really big part of them learning a little bit more in depth about things than the previous Tom Regan training we had done, even though that was it was a Zoom one, but I do think the Patrick Maroney one is a little bit better.
Thank you. And then have you done your own personal calculation of alcohol sales in the last 90 days?
Yes, the last 90 days of alcohol sales were um 116,735. So it was like 1297 per day for 90 days.
Okay, so, and this is sort of a unique circumstances. In the event that the board is considering a fine, I'm just presenting her testimony on 90 days of sales for the board's consideration. I have no more further questions for Ms. Bott. Thank you, Ashley.
Thanks.
Great. Are there any questions from the board?
I do have one question. On the night of this alleged violation took place, why was or what happened with the book that I believe you mentioned you have on the premises now, but like, was that there at that time, and why was it not used if it was?
At that time, the book was not present.
So then a follow-up question, how would a situation like this be handled? How have you instructed your employees to handle these situations?
Yeah, so we do have the book now that is to be used, and we do have the scanner that we are using, especially on out-of-state licenses, which, I mean, I guess I can't say for certain, but it does seem to be that most fake IDs or fraudulent IDs seem to be out of state. So that's kind of how we've handled that. We've also really expressed to our employees that they don't have to let someone in, that while I don't want to say like just use your gut and be willy-nilly, it can be a little bit of your gut, and that to get a manager, and that we're going to always back them if they make the decision to deny somebody. and even if that's the wrong call, right? Even if it's somebody that is over 21, it's there, that we will back that if, I don't know, people get very upset, but you know.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Are there any other questions? All right, at this time, we will close for deliberation in terms of a sanction. Does anybody have a motion?
Can we get some, I guess I'm a little confused on what a motion would be. Like, what are we looking at? Like, what are we?
Roberto?
Yeah, thanks. So you've done other things in the past with other licensees. For example, you've asked for them to take classes or to do trainings and then come back, once a month for 6 months. You've come up with creative solutions to address specific issues. So anything other than suspension or revocation is on the table. So this was charged under Colorado Revised Statute, Chapter 44, Section 3. And as it relates to fines, I'm going to go ahead and read it to you, and then let me know if you have any questions. Under 44-3-601, subsection 1, any local licensing authority has the power on its own motion or on complaint after investigation and public hearing at which the licensee shall be afforded an opportunity to be heard to fine a licensee or to suspend or revoke. A licensing authority may impose a fine regardless of whether the licensee has petitioned the licensing authority for permission to pay a fine in lieu of a license permit suspension. And the licensing authority need not make findings specified in the other subsections. So, all of that to say, fines, any other training that you believe is necessary to address this specific issue.
Thank you.
This is member Absalom. Just speaking to member Roberts, I was thinking like something along the lines of check-ins, because at the head of that affidavit was a concerning moment where officers walk into the building and people are running out. Right? So maybe we do kind of a monthly check-in type sanction, having them come before the board and make sure there's no incidents. I'm not sure. Maybe Chair Califano might have a better idea about how we do something like that. We've done that in the past and it's been helpful, especially on the Hill with licensees. So I'm not sure what we can do here, but that's just a suggestion from me.
I concur with that. I would like to see check-ins. I don't know that it needs to be monthly, but I was thinking something like, every other month. And my other thought in this is there should be some level of fine that's levied as well, because there was service to minors.
I guess I'm not sure what the check-in would achieve in this case.
Are they able to report back on number of fake IDs confiscated? Is that what we're looking for, or is it?
Yeah, for a check-in for me would be just, we don't always hear about every single police interaction with a licensee. It would be kind of something along those lines. Understanding what's going on operationally. Yes, fake IDs would be something I'd love to hear about. Kind of hearing from the licensee about what's going on at the establishment. It's just conduct of establishment is what you're looking for in this instance. In terms of a fine, I'm not really sure how that would be levied. I really would defer to Chair Califano around that. I'm not sure how that would work.
I'm not so sure a fine would do much at this point. I see your point, member Carr. I really do. I would be more apt to do monthly check-in for potentially 3 to 6 months. And I say 3 because just because that's when the semester is going to end. It will dwindle at the end there. I don't know if I agree necessarily with 6 months, but what does the board think about a 3-month check-in for the next 3 consecutive months?
Yeah, I like 3 months. That's kind of the meat of the semester, right? So they're gonna have plenty to report back on.
That could include anything from level of business to number of fakes, just how they're conducting themselves.
I agree. I'd like to hear a report on if they're seeing fake IDs, confiscating fake IDs, it things of that nature, like any types of issues that they're encountering, how they're handling those issues and how they're adapting as a business on the Hill, and with the Hill as a member of the community there. And I feel like that would also help us to understand how we can, assist them, provide them potential resources within the city and other organizations and understand what other businesses are also facing.
Great. So member Califano would make a motion to have a 3-month check-in for the next consecutive 3 months at each monthly hearing, to report back on how the business establishment is operating, fake IDs, level of business, what they're seeing, maybe a trend, maybe things that they need from us for support, etc.
Member Absalom would second that motion.
I would also like to just say that I think we should make this a little bit more toothy. I don't think we're doing enough here, given that there was a violation that occurred. We're not leveraging any fines. Obviously, we've agreed that we're not going to suspend or revoke their license. But I'm thinking that it would make sense for us to give them a band stays so that if there was another violation in the next 3 to 6 month period, those suspension days would apply in addition. So that's kind of my thought on it as well. If we're not willing to leverage a fine to them at this point.
Roberto, are we able to do days in advance?
No, because what you would be abating would be a suspended license.
Okay.
The only thing that you'd be able to do is hold this as a matter in aggravation going forward, but that's not part of their sanction, if you will.
Okay. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, nay.
Member Haggerty, nay.
Member Roberts.
Yeah, I know. Well, if I say nay, does it open up deliberation again?
It does. The motion would fail.
Okay, Member Roberts, nay.
Okay, motion fails. Does anybody have a newly suggested motion?
Yeah, so member Carl make a motion that they have a monthly check-in for the next 3 months, and they're also to pay a fine. And they will also have to pay a fine, which will be determined. I'm not sure how that's determined, but to pay a fine that would be determined.
I believe we have to determine that now.
And wouldn't you determine it based on days that you would close, right? Wouldn't you base it off of it would just be whatever we decide, member Califano? Okay.
Correct.
Let me give you a little bit of guidance based on the statute. A fine imposed pursuant to subsection 1, which I read to you, must be between $500 and $100,000, except that penalties for a first violation that is in the least severe level of license violations established pursuant to the same subsection must not exceed $5,000.
So Roberto, this is a first violation and this is in the lowest level, so the fine may not exceed $5,000.
Correct. It must be at least 500.
Understood. Okay, thank you. So member Carr will make a motion. Make a motion to for monthly check-ins for the next 3 months with the BLA and a $3,600 fine.
Is there a second? Excuse me.
Yeah, I second that, or member Haggerty seconds the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Absalom, nay.
Member Roberts, nay.
Member Califano, nay.
I feel like it was really high, was kind of where I was going. Because the board did not find, I don't know how to phrase it, but yeah, that seems very steep. I would propose, well, I don't know.
So just to give you some background, I was thinking, I think they said $1,200 a day in alcohol sales. I estimated around 3 days of sales. And so if we're going by table values, it would be 5 days if they were going to be days served in suspension. But I was thinking, so a reasonable number would be 3 days, possibly. $3,600 seems reasonable.
I would be careful with that just because we did not find them in violation to have any days served.
Correct.
This is an arbitrary number that we're making up. It's not based on sales.
Right. But since they did share our sales, that's how I'm sort of basing it on days of sales.
What I'm suggesting around the checkbacks around the 3 months rather than going to a fine, because there's no suspension or revocation that we can do, right? There's no other thing we can do in terms of like a monetary fine. It should just be checkbacks. And then if there is something during a checkback, then we can circle back to it. But I understand that the law was broken, but it was also broken according to what we said, not in a legal way, the way that they were found to be caught, right? So I'm just kind of trying to understand why we still want to fine them more for any reason, because someone can explain that to me better potentially, but the checkbacks I think are a good start.
From my point of view, all the evidence presented, it really, I mean, I obviously voted against the previous vote, and there was a violation and alcohol was sold to a minor. But we as a board also didn't, you guys know I always have trouble speaking. I don't know, I'm really conflicted. I'm just super conflicted. It feels, I don't know.
The way I see it is that there was a violation that occurred. The city had to expend resources and time to follow up on it. The city attorney has to be here. We all have, to be here. The city taxpayer dollars are involved. So I believe that the business should in some way make some form of restitution. That's how I'm looking at the fine, as a form of restitution in this situation. Even though we did not find them, to be eligible for suspension based on the type and the way that the violation occurred.
All right, so does anybody have a new motion?
Member Absalom make a motion to do 3 months of check-ins with the BLA as according to the previous motion, and then a $1,000 fine.
Is there a second?
Member Carr will second that motion.
Great. All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
All right, motion passes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think that's all we would need for this particular one.
Thank you, Mrs. Vecchio.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to, actually, give me a second. Let me make sure everyone gets back to where they're supposed to be.
Looks like we're moving on to tomorrow.
Okay, sorry about that. We are moving on to agenda item 8, which is matters from Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you. No additional matters. I hope that what I sent you was helpful along the process. And I'll be standing by for questions, but nothing for me to add.
Roberto, thank you so much for walking me, especially through that process. It's been a while since we haven't had a signed stipulation of facts and charges contested and whatnot. So,
My pleasure.
any other questions from the board?
Did we do okay?
You did great. Thank you.
Like 6 out of 10.
Okay, thanks, Roberto. Next we have agenda item 9, matters from licensing clerk. We just have 2 boundary settings to go over really quickly. The first one is KMG Incorporated, DBA Scrooge Soul, 1149 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302 for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license. I took their suggested boundaries from Ados, which is located at 1143 13th Street, Unit 101, Boulder, Colorado, 80302, and that is directly next door to this unit. The suggested boundaries are Arapahoe on the north, Baseline on the south, 28th Street to Colorado to Folsom on the east, and 9th Street on the west. Let me share my screen for you so you can see. So this is the location, and then you should be able to see the full boundaries here. Let me know if you need me to zoom in or out.
Can you say those boundaries one more time?
Yeah, Arapahoe on the north. It's up here. Baseline on the south. 28th Street to Colorado to Folsom. And 9th Street on the west.
I almost want to extend that to city limits on the west. Thoughts?
I was actually thinking the same thing.
All right, so I would make a motion for Arapahoe on the north, 28th to Colorado to Folsom on the east, Baseline to the south, and city limits on the west.
Member Carr will second.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Caitlin, what was this establishment again?
This is for KMG Incorporated, DBA Scrooge Soul, 1149 13th Street, Boulder, Colorado, 80302 for a new hotel restaurant type liquor license.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And the second boundary is, let me just make sure you have the right map. Okay, you do. 1468 Pearl Street, LLC, DBA Postino Wine Cafe, 1468 Pearl Street, number 110, Boulder, Colorado 80302, for a change of class to a hotel restaurant type liquor license. I took their suggested boundaries from their original liquor application, which was in 2022, and that is Cedar Avenue extended on the north, Pleasant Street extended on the south, 4th Street extended on the east, Folsom on the west, and this is just a change of class from one to another, so not a new application.
What's the class change?
They're changing from a beer and wine license to a hotel restaurant license.
Gotcha. Member Califano would move to approve.
Member Absalom would second.
All in favor say aye. Member Califano, aye.
Member Absalom, aye.
Member Carr, aye.
Member Haggerty, aye.
Member Roberts, aye.
Thank you so much. And then we don't have any transfers for this month. There is no breweries, wineries, or distilleries for you to look at. You have your special events permits list like normal and your renewals list as normal. And then I don't have any other notes except for next month. You will have the ID scanners, an agenda item for ID scanners, an agenda item for off-premise sales from member Absalom and member Carr. So you'll see that on your agenda. And that is it for licensing. So I'll move on to agenda item 10, matters from chair and members of the authority.
Quick question, Caitlin. Any idea on how many show causes next month?
Yeah, I can tell you right now we have 2 order to show causes scheduled, and then those 2 application hearings that you just set boundaries for.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Anything else from any of the board members? That was a tough one, guys.
Yeah, just want to say, you don't have to put up with me for too much longer. My term ends shortly, so. But I'll see you tomorrow, Michael. Yeah.
Sounds good, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I'll make a
Member
motion. Oh, yeah.
Absalom, well, I really appreciate your point of view having and continued work in the industry. So I think you should consider reapplying.
I second that.
I think this was one of the most important hearings of our history as a group here with Member Haggerty involved. I think this is the toughest one, and thank the Lord for our fearless leader, our chair Califano, like leading us through this stuff. He really led it really well. But I think the combustion of arguments today was really fun and great for our community. So that's awesome. Appreciate you all, and I'll make a motion to adjourn with that.
Real quick, Mike, when's your term up?
February.
I think mine is too.
No, you're 2025. I looked it up.
What was that?
Oh God, oh my God, are we up at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Okay, we'll see. I'll rock, paper, scissors. See you guys.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Hey, that would make 15 years for me.
Yeah, I know. And I was on the other side with the RHG for most of your term. So I've been with you the whole time. So we'll see. I really appreciate being around this group of people, and especially our licensing team. God, you guys are, and our new